Hello and welcome back. We're going to be taking a look at this mod today. Now, someone, I don't know who, seems to have started a vote on the Discord, and we, much like Julius Caesar, we hate democracy. So I don't know what all that's about. Something about, bewaring the idiots of March? More like the idiots of March. And much like Julius Caesar, we're going to ignore that warning. We're going to ignore that warning and instead look at this New Zealand mod while this democracy vote that we don't agree with because we're like Julius Caesar is up on, the Discord in the section of YouTube notifications. If anyone was interested in voting democratically, then they can. But we're going to take a look at this mod. And if Good Day Mate wins the vote, we are going to be playing this mod. If the other thing wins the vote, I don't know what happens, but I have a bad feeling about it. So let's take a look at some of what's going on in this mod, which is a rework of stuff for Australia specifically. We do see, at the very least, some state stuff that's going to be a little bit different here. Let's bring the chat up. Let's make sure our mic is on. It is. All right. Probably should be test 1, eh? Mate? Okay, so there is a unique federation, national unity, this type of stuff. New Zealand labor movement. We're just going to cruise through this kind of quick and then look through the description of the mod. But this is an overhaul mod for Australia specifically. This is a region which I think is in dire needs of help. I think that the resources in particular are just insane. There's like 120 total arable land. And I know that this does touch on the very resources at least. So we will keep an eye on that, as we, like Julius Caesar, do not keep an eye on the vote, because why would we do that? Okay, power block and identity principles is a bit interesting, because these are not in the other one, or in vanilla, and we see stuff, well, we have to get free from Britain for this to be a factor even, but Diplomatic League is going to give all bloc members a bunch of influence, improve relation speed, plus infamy generation for the bloc leader, yikes, probably won't be doing that, plus 5% workforce ratio on social prosperity, that's a lot. Can impose same slavery, oh my god, we could spread slavery, not like this. With social prosperity, we can spread the slavery. This isn't what we wanted. We do see, I think that cooperative forum is required for this, unlocks social prosperity. So this is, I'm guessing the intention is to have something specifically for Australia, but maybe the AI is not kind of inclined to do this. The plus liberty desire for all subjects is a bad modifier. Or is it just a good modifier in disguise? Okay, New Zealand land wars. Penal colony flavor, our favorite. Australia-Hungary, wait, what? Australia-Hungary. Alright. Will you be playing the mod now? It depends who wins the vote that we definitely didn't make ourselves that is up on the Discord. There was some warning we got. We got some threats about the idiots of March. And we have a vote that is up on the YouTube notification section of the Discord. Currently only 5 votes. But it's looking good for the Australia mod. The Australia mod's got 80% right now. Hot damn, these are some bonuses. They are some bonuses. Hey, Renee. We're thinking about Australia-Hungary. Yeah, you have to own like all of Australia. This is such a Alright, we see Goldfield grievances. This looks like a ton of flavor and events and something. The USA overhaul mod we've really enjoyed. And this looks like a pretty comprehensive overhaul mod as well. Australia-Hungary is happening. Australia-Hungary isn't real, it can't hurt you, except it is. Separatism. Town planning in New Zealand. Plan a house. Wait, what? Oh, I wonder what all these buttons do. I've always wanted to plan a house scheme. Burke and Willis expedition. Even if we don't play this today, because, you know, there's some threat and some sinister action, but much like Julius Caesar, we will ignore the threats. You know, we will... Maybe we should just do the poll here, because people aren't voting on the Discord. We'll just do the poll here. Alright. And by here I mean the YouTube. And I know what you're saying, Twitch opinions matter, but... There's... Oh, there's 5 years on Twitch. We'll have to repost the... We'll straw poll it. Straw poll it. And we'll add this to the other vote. So whatever's up on the Discord, if you voted twice, your vote counts for 2. And then... This is... The Good Day Mate is playing this mod, just to be clear. I know that the votes aren't going to sound very clear, but just to be clear, the Good Day Mate is playing this mod. Alright. We see Canberra and Capital Flavor. Crime events. Who would have thought that... I actually don't know what the crime rate looks like in Australia, but I have to imagine it was large at the point in time in which it was a penal colony. I have to imagine, right? Aboriginal theme skin? Oh, dude, that's dope as hell. That's freaking sick. Do you guys see the kiwi, the laser kiwi? You guys can't see the laser of the kiwi. Here, let's, Alright, so, reading through the description, Australia and New Zealand, very interesting situation, poor and isolated. British market, you build from the ground up, recently colonized territory, exponentially growing. Except you can't, because there's no arable land. Introduces many journals and decisions, hundreds of events. Hundreds! That means at least 200. 3 monuments, historical characters and parties, expeditions, and subject types. Oh, baby. This is a long list of stuff. It looks like, either way, no matter who wins this vote, that we didn't start ourselves, and we're going to ignore because we're much like Julius Caesar, who did not have to worry on, you know... March 15th. The Ides of March. I know it's pronounced Ides. I'm intentionally mispronouncing it, okay, chat? Hey, JRMG Gaming. How you doing? I'm guessing Vic 3 is going to win the poll, though. Yeah, Good Day Mate is in fact winning the poll on both fronts. Alright, well... We will call it, I think... We'll give it a few more minutes, but it's probably going to be a victory for not restoring the timeline. We'll maybe restore the timeline later today. We made these 2 streams today. But the plan was to... Well, if we do the other stream, we'll... If we do the other stream, we will execute the plan then. Order 66. So, let's, let's change the title of the stream here, where no accidents happen whatsoever, and we're going to get into game in just a second. I guess the question is maybe who to play as between, Australia and... There's probably more flavor stuff for Australia than New Zealand, right? god. Can I not change the... No. Edit stream info. There we go. Okay. So, let's get in the game here. Ah! Oh no. Not my gumdrop buttons. Alright. Alright. Build fledgling nations in Australia's from the ground up under the watchful eye of the British Empire. You will face many challenges, but overcome them and shape your nation's character as you mark the new world stage. Every playable is unique flavor, though New South Wales is designed to be the main player in Australia. We are going to go for New South Wales. New Zealand can be played a few years early by selecting them here, but you can skip the content for New Zealand company negotiating the Treaty of Waitangi. To access the content, start as Great Britain or New South Wales. To play as company or whatever, start as France. Alright, we're going to start as New South Wales. Ethiopia overhaul mod when? It's been a while. Yankees fan, how you been? If someone makes an Ethiopia flavor overhaul mod that importantly makes Tuodros immortal, I will play it. In fact, if that was the extent of the flavor, I'd probably be inclined to play it. Okay, so we see place is not very well colonized right now. Oh my sweet magic. There's arable land in Australia. Not like a ton, but there shouldn't be a ton, but there should be more than how much there was. We see all these different tribes. Huge map rework here. The annoying thing is that anytime the map gets updated, which is every major patch, it bricks like these mods. To play New Zealand, you start as New South Wales anyway. Oh, okay. The Penal Colony of New South Wales. So welcome to the flavor pack. On February 7th, 1788, Captain Arthur Phillip raised the Union Jack above Sydney Cove, claiming the continent for Australia and the British Empire and changing its fate forever. By 1836, the colony had grown into a thriving community with emerging towns with wool and wheat industries. Land is abundant and blessed with many natural resources, diverse landscapes from the Great Dividing Range to the outback, tropical rainforests, rolling plains, and every manner of, poisonous and venomous. The distinction is an important one. Creatures that will just, operate throughout your entire life and everywhere all at once. If you don't know what the verb being swooped is, you've obviously never been to Australia where you get swooped, and that's why you have to wear spikes on your bicycle helmet. Sorry, there was hidden text there. 65,000 years of continuous indigenous... Here. We're going to get through this and then we'll do the boop-boop. 65,000 years of continuous indigenous culture was upended by settlers seeking to spread Western civilization. That's a lot of indigenous culture. Nearly 50 years since the beginning of colonization, the settlers have pushed further inland, and the frontiers of colonial administrations are stained with indigenous blood. Hey, shout out to America. Settlements at Perth, Adelaide, and Hobart have been granted to self-governance by the Crown, shattering the continents into 4 governor-run colonies, with other regions advocating for their own government. The future of New South Wales will be violent and brutal, yep. But the language and populous colony, New South Wales, comes into the Victorian era with the fate of Australia in its hands. Cheers, mate. Good day, mate. New South Wales are a bunch of eastern state wankers. The Australian internationalist nationalists rise up. Silent words were born. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Twitch only works on your laptop? Paul, Vicky at work time? Ayo, let's go. Don't get yourself in trouble. The Frontier Wars. Oh! It's super animated! Dude! Look at this! Look! They're crossing the river! Alright. Since the first fleet arrived on Australia's shores... Dude, we're gonna do that again. I feel like this doesn't even happen with, like, normal events. Since the first fleet arrived on Australia's shores, there have been numerous outbreaks of violence between Indigenous Australians and non-Indigenous settlers. Drastic action must be taken by the colonial administration if these massacres are to stop. The day and time where the evil awakened. This day and time when evil awakened. Skies turned black and the sun was taken. I know what they're talking about. They're talking about the day the earth was salted and Carthage was sacked, right? The scream of the bush and its painful cry. Okay. The bush is... We're detouring away from Carthage. Taken by flames of death that buried the sky. Centuries of beauty reduced to a lifeless sand. Why is this evil punishing my land? Out of the bush burst through the trees, capturing all life and bringing it to its knees. I like when the Victorian era flavor makes me feel guilty. This is my favorite. Australia has 1.1 excesses of arable land in the mod, if I added it up correctly. 1.1k? Or 1.1 Texases? You're telling me in terms of Texas? Like 550? Is this a new DLC? Yes. Or it's just been updated. We will see what we can do. While these are ongoing, these guys have their SOL decreased. That seems fair. We have controlled versus uncontrolled. Frontier wars will complete if frontier control is 100%. New South Wales has enacted equal rights. Approval of Indigenous is greater than +5. No Aboriginal or decentralized nation exists on the continent. Okay, so there's a lot of conditions. We can get bureaucracy costs of Indigenous affairs. Ew. Extra cultural acceptance, extra education access. Indigenous political strength. This is an interest group. Hot diggity damn, dude. Alright, let's take a look. Alright, we're gonna save Indigenous for last. We're gonna look at all our other bonuses. So agriculture tax income, I think that might be normal. Colony growth speed is not normal. Contribution efficiency, normal. That all looks normal. Is that the penalty for armed forces normally? Extra mill goods cost? I think it might be. I don't know off the top of my head what it is, so that would make sense. We get civilizing mission, conversion, and cost of education. Minus cost of education is not a terrible modifier. It's not especially good. And then we get be fruitful and multiply. I think that the authority is probably better, but yeah. Sad we aren't playing Imperator Rome on Imperator Day, but I understand the populace as well. I do too. And honestly, we haven't been releasing Victoria videos. If we were releasing a lot of Victoria videos right now, I would just play Imperator anyway. But migration quota. That's a good modifier. See, I think that this is generally what holds you back is the migration quota, which is based on infrastructure, by the way. And so I would much rather have 5% migration quota than another 10% attraction. So that's interesting from them. Xenophobia. I think that's normal. I think that's all normal. Intelligentsia, migration attraction. Oh, did it get nerfed to 15%? I think it did. So this is just better, strictly. Industrialist, capitalist stuff. Yeah, that's normal. Industrialists, and then trade unions. It's normal trade unions. Now it's time to see the Aboriginal bonus. Eyes of March, I should really reinstall Imperator. We were going to play it. There's one thing the Victorian era lacks, that's thing to feel guilty about. Basically, I really like when we have the Trail of Tears options, and the best thing to do is to evict the natives, and then we just, like, stare at, like, the event for, like, 10 seconds, and we're just like, man, I don't want to do this, but it's the correct choice. I'm not saying it historically is the correct choice. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in-game it's the correct choice. Makes native raids more likely. Okay, minus colony growth speed. Colonial growth generation, minus state penalties from turmoil. Plus agricultural throughput, native raids less likely. Minus impact. Okay. Okay. I mean, the flood condition is awful. So it's nice to be reducing it. And then I thought we saw Aboriginal affairs, amelioration. We don't have a lot of people pulling for equal rights here. That reduces standard of living, but it has the same maximum, class system. Indigenous affairs, extra Anglican Church, political strength, minus bureaucracy cost of education, Aboriginal conversion from native reserve buildings. Native reserve buildings. We also have debt slavery enacted. Do we have a native reserve building? Native reserves. Are these PMs any good? New IGs? Yep. CSAs should get a unique IG. They probably should. So the extra conversion. I mean, these are kind of like sub-farms almost, except they only have 200 employment. What is this? Conversion for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. I guess they're okay because the conversion. I wonder if that scales. That probably doesn't scale, right? Huh. I assume they didn't touch the technology tree. But we'll just take a brief look. All this looks right. Other than us starting with corporate charters. I don't think that's normal. So, I guess that kind of begs the second question. What do we have in terms of companies? Australian Agricultural Company, Colonial Growth Generation, quite a good amount, Textile Mill Throughput, Aboriginal Movement Pop Attraction, and we have coal on top of these two. It's probably not too bad. What is actually included in Vic 3 Grand Edition? Any proper DLC? I'm not sure. Have you seen Ann Benar post on Vicky 3 Reddit? They're cooking big time. Or is it almost done? Hey, Elia, how's it going? Let's see if we have... Okay, so this is a new unique company, I think. This is not very good. The age. Intelligentsia Pop Attraction. Not as good as generic. I like when they try and be balanced. I'm not sure how playable those companies are. Howard Smith Limited. Convoys, Coal Mine Throughput, Steel. Consolidated Zinc. Now this is pod racing. That's pretty good. That's just strictly better than... Or no, it's not strictly better. We have... I was thinking that this was coal, sulfur, this. But maybe we do that. Maybe we do the iron company. We'll try and slot in some companies that are unique companies. Colonial Gold Company, extra minting. We have minting and then gold mines throughput on top of gold mines throughput. So these companies aren't very good anyways. Broken Hill Proprietary. Now this is a good company. This company is insane. I assume it requires nothing. New South Wales has to have iron mines and greater than 10 and lead mines greater than this. This is spectacular. Wow. Wow. I think this is better than... So there's a rice oil company that is, I think, the best oil company. You could argue between that and the extractor company, but interesting. So we would need more levels here of that. So why don't we start off by adding a couple construction sectors, or adding one construction sector. It looks like we're not very rich. And then we think about how it is we want to change, or actually, let's look at our journals. Merino wool industry. June is the release date, and the dev build is already on GitHub. It looks super cool. Oh, that is exciting. Is that compatible with Hail Columbia? Because it looks like Anglophone multiplayer. I assume it would be. Oh, both change the maps. Maybe not. The first sheep brought to Australia in 1788 were not well suited to the environment. Oh no. Soon after, Captain John MacArthur, a wealthy and powerful pioneer, began breeding Mercino on the vast acres of land, taking several decades for the breeding program to produce enough wool for auction. The first Australian wool was sold in London in 1821, receiving an acclaim for being on par with the finest Spanish fleece. Yeah, wool is relatively light, so it's something that you could ship reasonably cheap. Same with cotton. While the Australian Agricultural Company is established, if any men of capital, powerful men of capital, refers to these guys, are powerful or are in government, they will secure a royal charter from the British monarchy granting an additional company slot. Very cool. I assume we have to still be a subject of Great Britain. Following has been true for 2 years. Will complete if livestock is greater than 15. Also has prestige, prosperity. And then, if completed, we get trade route, competitiveness, and prestige. If we lose the free company slot, it's bad to complete this. Let's hope that it's not balanced like that. Oh, this just gives plus 20% fabric. Okay. Research investment. We'll get 4K progress on intensive agriculture. Okay, siphon funds, our favorite. Shout out to corruption. Triggers a siphoning funds event. Encourage trade. Restructure ownership. Grant coal monopoly. Coal throughput minus coal mining tax income. It's probably good. -5 tariffs on exports. You could get, apparently in vanilla, you could get negative tariffs, which is just creates free money. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure we want free money. Let's look at our state modifiers here too. Okay, we got a lot going on. Fishing industry throughput, that's kind of rare. Hardwood output, alright. And the fabric output, does that say fabric output? It did. So that's going to be both the cotton and also the livestock. Getting rid of some of these negative modifiers here. There's the negative modifier. but it's super mild. 5% state construction efficiency. I think it's like 10 in vanilla. So minus infrastructure is not as bad. But this is just 5%. 5% is not too bad. Lead throughput. The lead throughut as a throughput modifier is like, I think, the rarest. I think it's only in 2 places. It's in like Sweden and it's on this island here. Or I think are the 2 places that have lead throughput modifiers. And then here is Outback. Yeah, that makes sense. You're on Twitch now? Yes. Does that mean you'll have YouTube memberships enabled? Oh no. Not like this. You're so right. I was just thinking about this the other day that I should enable it. You really want a construction sector? It'll probably reduce your controlled construction. Yeah, because I want to unlock my investment pool. It will reduce my controlled construction, but I'm not sure we need to specifically push particular levels. I would rather lose control of the construction and unlock the investment pool, I think. Okay. Looks like these are really big states too. Looks like this is all just one state, but it's got different tribes. But yeah, the other place that's got a lead modifier is like up here. Yeah. This is only 2 places, I'm pretty sure, in vanilla that have lead modifiers. It's super rare. 44 emus watching. Only 11 likes. I've caved, I bought Vic 3. You don't own Vic 3? Wait, what? Someone on Twitch said something about GitHub in June. Is it about a 1.9 release? No, it is about a release of Ambinar, which will be sick. Okay, so I think we're ready to kind of go. And then let's look at our journals. We have to research logistics. Okay. Research Quinine. We have the mounted police. Shout out. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, what level subject are we? If we're Dominion, we can declare wars. If we're not, we can't. I think it's easier for us to get into here for now, actually. Because Brunei starts with a little bit of military. Gaza starts with stone nothing. Moderate amounts of conflict. Native reserve building levels are useful. Law enforcement's useful. Clout is not useful. Maybe we want more of these buildings. They're so bad, though. Incentives for settlers. Migration attraction in exchange for negative manufacturing industries throughput. Here we get extra stuff. Let's offer subsidies for the city. Will seem relatively cheap. Let's come in here. We start parliamentary republic. We start peasant levies. Local police force. We start homesteading and agrarianism. We kind of want to get off agrarianism, but here's the thing. We might want to build some of these and then delete some of these. In terms of the native reserves. I like this. We might want to build some native reserves and then just get rid of them. No. Make it stop. So we wouldn't want to go on to laissez-faire because then we won't be able to delete them. We could try and ban slavery. It looks like a lot of people hate that. Our industrialists care. Oh, we have industrialists. Oh, we have a cautious boy. We have industrialists that, have, like, the slaver ideology. Transportationist? What a weird way to describe slavery, huh? Oh, the PB also has some unique looking stuff. I don't think settler colonist is normal on the PB. Settler colonist opposes equal rights. Okay. Okay. Yep. They all have different ideologies. Makes sense. We would love prop tax. We could swap back to swap up to prop tax. Freedom of conscience is maybe what we want. Emancipationist movement doesn't like slavery. That's good. Transportationist movement does like slavery, so it's bad. Oh, we could get utilitarians too. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, I think we go pro-army here. That might not be optimal, but we're gonna take a little crack at it here. We have on these guys conservative liberal, not a normal ideology. Exclusive conservative. Okay, these are also different. Strongly endorse a parliamentary republic. Do you need to do the Boer republics? Nah, we could just stay focused on Australia. You guys want us to just stay focused on Australia and not expand out? Someone on Twitch said something of, oh yeah. You're one of the people who watched without playing? Conquer Beijing when? We don't need to go for Beijing. I feel like on theme, like in this region is not too bad. Maybe we do a little bit of a pull. Alright, we could up the speed a little bit. Also, getting voting is super hard because you get an event that gives you minus 35% success chance. That will probably not happen if you do it later. Stay in Asia and Oceania. I mean, Asia and Oceania is pretty meta. That just means staying out of South America, basically. So, with the single construction sector built, this activates the private queue. So they're going to get access to some of our construction, half of it. A little bit of some raids event. Native raids. Radicalizes the pops. We crack down. I think we'll not choose to get this negative subsistence output, but we don't really have a lot of pops here. I'm gonna put down a couple of things in the capital here, because we'll still be floating enough to get 100%. You're a colony, so you can't war. Oh, that's right. We wanted to check this. Yeah. I suppose that makes that kind of discussion, yeah, moot. So let's stop the poll. Stop the vote. You guys want us to focus on Australia anyways here. Oops. Settlers on the frontier Port Phillip have used arsenic to poison a large numbers of the Wargaya people, intending to clear them of the land through mass extermination. That doesn't sound very nice. We'll investigate it once. Expanding the Pacific makes sense. Queensland unilaterally colonized Papua New Guinea without British approval. Indonesia yearns to become Australia. The truth hurts. So we're going to be forced into this. Just checking to see what we can recruit in terms of IGs. Our mural. An Aboriginal man is charged with murdering another of his tribe as part of customary revenge killing. This case has raised questions of English law jurisdiction over matters between Aboriginal peoples. In 1829, R.V. Ballard set precedent that it was unjust to hold a native responsible for offenses against their own tribe. Overruling this would establish a doctrine of terra nullius. Okay, so we can Aboriginal. We can recognize Aboriginal sovereignty. They get, we get minus 50 authority, plus bureaucracy costs of colonial affairs, and extra political strength on them. And every Aboriginal homeland state gets Aboriginal sovereignty recognized, minus colony generation, minus 15% speed. It's almost like they don't want us to let them have their own rights. But tension is lowered, and they get more loyalists, and they get more approval. Okay. And then they have no law, only lewd practices. It gives us permanent authority. Max investment. Minus 10% cost. Extra institution change for colonial affairs. We will not be able to establish the native protectorate subject type while the doctrine is active. Native protectorate. This, I think, sets us on two paths that we do not fully realize the ramifications of. We could assume it's balanced. I think that this option is just better, and this is the checkmarked option. Wow, not prospecting for gold modifier apparently decreases resource spawn chance to 0. That's tough. That is tough. Wait, what? Do we have that modifier? How much do we get from dynamite? So if we have nitroglycerin and dynamite, we would be able to discover it. I don't know what we do, chat. Let's quick vote. What do we do? Mod really wants to ask you how far are you comfortable going in this game? I know. I'm pretty sure the laws only lewd practices option is better, but I feel bad about it. I think that generally speaking, if people have a culture where they want to have a particular law, they should be like, and like, even if I culturally hate that law, I think that they should be allowed to have their law. I say try out a historical path and try not to genocide. You could vote. Looks like people are leading no laws, only lewd practices. You'll have to convince the people. The people want their 100 authority. The people just see green and their eyes go red. They're like, good modifiers. Let's go. Such is the way of the map gamer. I see only two colors. They're like, colorblind, racism. I see only two colors, red and green. Are the modifiers good or are they bad? Have you ever any interest in doing Hoey stream once in a while? I do, but I don't own all the DLC. I'd be down to do Hoey. Loot is good. Birth rate. Loot is good. Man's putting up a great argument. Laws, don't you mean lewds? Oh man, now it's 50-50. Should we get Twitch in on the vote? There's 13 viewers that don't have representation, but they have taxation in the form of advertisements. What's it like having no taxation without representation? What's it like being a British colony? No, not like this. Shout out to the 4th of July. Nothing but make the number bigger. In my defense, we were min-maxing our Australia around Your Honor. That's what I tell myself as I click Trail of Tears option. It's like, we're moving them. We need some didgeridoo music in the background. If you can find me some copyright-free didgeridoo music, I would put it on stream. Oh! What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go, baby. We've seen where it gets us. Aboriginal genocide gets us Hugh Jackman. I've never seen a stronger argument in my life. Oh my god, it's 52. It's 50-50 still. God damn it. We should maybe let Twitch vote. Twitch tie breaks. I think we could start a poll on Twitch. Oh, we never updated the stream info. It's just, the stream info's just been beware. Alright, let's see. Alright, we tried to do practices. I think we set it to be just 1 minute long, so this is going to be the tiebreaker poll. Which in a way is to say that only... Wait, did we not create the poll? Oh no, we did. Which in some sense is like, only the Twitch votes matter this time. It's actually nice colors. Blood for the blood gold. When did this come out? It was updated like a week and a half ago or something. We see the humane vote on the Twitch. No double voting, that's voter fraud. Playing a Vic stream, watching a Vic stream, perfect Saturday, happy Saturday. This might be the nicest Vic theme I've seen. I actually super love it. I think it looks super dope. Twitch is Aboriginal there, deny the vote. That's right, no voting. They don't have votes, only lewd practices. Doomsday, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Mods add new subject type, which is more autonomous than Dominion, which doesn't pay subject payments, so maybe no need to go independent. Alright, it's looking like you guys are voting, saying let them have their laws. And so did Twitch. So we're gonna do let them have their laws. And we will eat the bad number. Bro, this theme is so dope. This is what I needed to start playing Vic 3 again, was this theme. Generals, who should my first run be if I don't recognize the authority of the Spanish state? Any one of the GPs is pretty good. I would not recommend playing as someone small. I think you're gonna have a bad time. Alright, we might need to be able to generate more revenue here. That's really not gonna help move the needle. Yeah, we want to unlock our investment pool. So, in order to get anything going with the investment pool, you do in fact need to have one single construction sector at the very least. The British market has a shortage of a bunch of stuff. Sounds like a them problem. Oh, we have no progress on a bunch of our colonizations. Interesting. Construction time on that is very short. We might not even be able to afford this one construction sector, though. So we might need to oscillate between trying to drain out the investment pool and trying not to. The thing is when this finishes, another thing will get put in, hopefully. Or we will get some construction time on these. And then as another one gets put in to the investment pool, that should drain the investment pool. Why did the investment pool not collapse when that got queued up? I don't really know. We're gonna have to delete the construction sector though. Yeah, we're just too small to afford it. There's not, like, even if we do, like, raise taxes here and then, like, I don't think we have enough levers, unless we have, like, some amount of, no. We're gonna delete the construction sector after our iron mine finishes. Rumors of gold. Resource discovery chance. Minus resource ratio. We lose not prospecting for gold. Okay, I think that's what we do. We could also, though, give our main man cautious. But, considering we can't start our own wars, not as useful. Prussia's a good first country, decently powerful, but with room to grow. I think Russia is, like, more sandboxy in general. Japan, mate. Japan, you're gonna get decked on and feel really bad, though. If you don't appreciate what's going on. We'll do this. Yeah, we're also sending quite a bit of our money over to the UK. So we would prefer elected bureaucrats. There is a lock on the Aborigines people in terms of how much we can accept them. Wait, what? What? Give special social classes to any pop who has Aboriginal culture. Anglo-Aboriginal culture has Torres Strait Islander. So I'm guessing we have normal strata plus this. Wow, that's neat. native and half caste that get locked into being this or this. And then they categorically can't become certain job types. That's, as an implementation, that's super sweet. Russia's too big? Yeah, maybe that's a good point. First round can be divided into multiple sessions, specializing in a sense. For example, in Japan, teaching SOL and Eco. It's true. City of Batmania. In 1835, Port Phillip Association was was founded to settle the land John Batman claimed to have acquired from the Wurundjeri people. Unofficially, this area became known as Batmania. Governor Bork has declared... Man, is this why there's a Viki content creator who posts tons of Batman memes, and he's Australian? Is this why? It all makes so much sense. Governor has declared this area a settlement of the capital region for Melbourne in honor of the British Prime Minister, William Lamb. So I think we say marvelous. Port Phillip becomes incorporated. The settlement Batmania will be renamed Melbourne. Oh, but what if we want to keep it as Melbourne? So our choice is really John Batman becomes... We can get rid of this guy or we can not, I guess. The syphilitic, cruel explorer that's ambitious and tactful. John Batman. If he becomes the leader of politically unaligned... That is Vic 3 euphemism for death. He's currently politically unaligned, though. We'll offer him recognition for his efforts. Let's see if this brings the syphilitic guy into the fold. We always wanted to let the syphilitic guy into the folds. Not like this. Hey, we got a sickly literate guy. He's literally sickly. Oh. Are the yellow ones denoting guys that are specifically from this mod? That's kind of cool. Work is for everyone. Hell yeah, brother. I think we would like wealth voting. PB and Intelligentsia. I think we'd prefer dedicated police force first, though, so... Getting no progress because the Aborigines don't want to help us. Wait, why do we have 15 production? Oh, bro. He's so good. This is like never come up for us ever, but if you are playing a super ridiculously small start, engineer is actually one of the best traits you could possibly roll. 5%, 5 free construction. That's some dark universe, Batman. You can change the name back to Batmania? That's true. You feel like it's the same colors, it's just the red around it that makes yellow. This is the hardest... This is either the hardest gaslight I've ever felt in a while, or I have some bad news for you, Dimitro, and you're colorblind. This is definitely yellow. It might be part of the theme that turns it yellow, and they're all yellow. It's our colorblindness? Yeah. I hope this isn't how you found out. But, if potatoes look purple to you as well, I got some bad news. You might be a little colorblind, my friend. Oh, we didn't swap up our PMs at the start. Rip the dream. We don't have a lot of labor, so we'll be really aggressive with labor-saving PMs. I wish we knew. Oh, we just have the one. Let's max out Indigenous Affairs. It feels like it'll be good. We have very low population. Are we getting migration, though? We are. 500, quite a lot relative to our... Yeah, we only have a population of 300,000, so... Agriculturalists have set up a vast estates on unlicensed crown land. Despite being unauthorized, these squatters have been a boon to the development of the colony. The wealth they generate from our economic reliance upon them has entrenched the squatters into a squattocracy. Oh, baby. Refers to an aristocratic class that emerged from occupying land without a license from the governor, who distributed via grants. The act of occupying land became pejoratively known as squatting. This was first mostly done with ex-convicts earning a disreputable status. Squatting outside of main settlements was initially banned due to the costs of extending government services and supervision of contracts. Squatting by wealthy pioneers became more commonplace as the colonies grew, increasing the demand for meat to consume and wool to export. These squatters took up vast tracts of land. Man, this is so fleshed out. This is a mod. Like, this is all mod. Since the time immemorial, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia acted as custodians of the land. Part of their cultural heritage was not land was not individually owned. Shout out to the West. With the British establishing settlements, land is now distributed by governors. It's become commonplace for settlers to illegally take up residence on clownland, practice known as squatting, etc. Okay. To be fair, some potatoes are in fact purple. This is true. This is true. But we're talking about normal, like a normal russet potato. What is the color of the dress? This was actually solved. I don't remember what the solution was. So we get loyalists and growth speed. Or we could do the influence must be curbed and we get tenant farmers. Probably worse for migration. I think we'll do endorse the expansion here. We could choose like all the options that help the Aborigines. I think expanding on our land doesn't help the Aborigines. Investment pool contribution and contribution efficiency, though. The green numbers. We can't stop ourselves. Those are so good. Oh, we get tenant farmers either way. Get wrecked. Alright. So, if the Frontier Wars GE, if your RPing was pro-Aboriginal, what can you do to not war? We can go for... I believe we complete the journal entry if we, pass equal rights. So that's what we can do. We have relatively good laws. I don't think we necessarily need this stuff. New South Wales gets relocating settlement. Let's move the settlement. Oh, you know why these things aren't expanding? It's probably because they don't have ports. God damn it, Doodles. Nope, they have ports. But still, damn it, Doodles. Yeah. Doodles is the dev responsible for this change. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure. Who will take the throne in our squattocracy? Certainly better a squattocracy than a kleptocracy. Alright, well, we don't have much of a choice here. The lie of the natives. The lie of the natives. The river upon which the settlement used to be located has failed to flood, and rather the local indigenous people have set up camp on the very spot where New South Wales settlement lay. How could we have fallen into this trap? Oh, we tried to move the settlement to where the natives suggested we move it, and they tricked us, and where we moved from, they moved into. Damn it. Alright, you got us this time. Spearing in Moreton Bay has been speared after a confrontation between the settlers and members of the Wick people. Such is the life of the frontier. Bring those responsible to justice. You know what, dude? We're in their house. Pretty sure they'll be mad about that. Alright, we have to... Oh, we get a utilitarian. We have to rake back some amount of this. We have to try and get our modifiers to, or our budget to positive before we spiral. We don't want to debt spiral. In theory, we could just go for bankruptcies multiple times in a row, and it's not that big a deal, but... When Paradox does eventually do Oceania DLC, they should hire this guy to integrate a mod into base. This mod looks so fleshed out. Honestly, like, it's a little depressing when, like, the mods, like, are, like, as good as the DLC or better than the DLC. Like, the American flavor mod is so good. And, like, overall, the mods seem like... I feel bad saying it, but, like, some of these, like, overall mods are, like, so crazy. A little bit extra authority does change things for us. We can do this and this. And so, okay, we will slowly dig ourselves out. Also, we will sell off buildings, so... Agents for the Petite Bourgeoisie have funded a national organization dedicated to uniting the... Oh, wait, New South Wales supremacist movement. I thought we were uniting the people. We'll send a thing of disapproval. Not like this. Convict settler complaints. We've gradually attracted free migrants settling, free migrants seeking manual labor. They view free labor of convicts as a threat to their livelihood. Yeah. Others view convicts as a disreputable state. You know, technically speaking, in the United States, slavery is still legal for those who are incarcerated. Oh, the truth hurts. The rural folk are petitioning Governor Gyps to appeal to the colonial offices for the abolishment of convoy transportation. Okay. Enactment chance for slavery ban. We can get on board with that. 10%. It's not unusual, though. Mods have the structure for the game. Don't have to build the structure for the game. That's true. But, like, also just thinking of, like, the India content relative to, like, Hail Columbia. You think focusing on military industry and depeasing through low construction agriculture, securing food during war? Generally, I think the focusing on agriculture is bad. We haven't done a video on this, but part of it is that the ratio of input demand to outputs, even though the margin between outputs and... So the margin between outputs and inputs is quite large on agriculture, but the ratio of outputs to the outputs to inputs is incredibly high, and what that means is that there will be a depressing effect on your economy, and it'll pull down prices relative to other focuses, and low prices in the aggregate are a bad thing. That's like too much to unpack right now. I've been thinking of doing a video on it because that's the only like econ thing that, other than trade, which I think is just not very good right now, that we've like had in mind is like explaining why agriculture, despite having pretty reasonable outputs, is like still really bad industry. But if you want to RP and like go for your agricultural stuff, it'll be fine. Like as long as you build a lot, like building suboptimal stuff isn't like terrible. You know what I mean? Oh dear, violent convicts. Not like this. Not like this. But we have a utilitarian movement now. Right? That was spawned by the authoritarian. That kind of tracks. We don't like him. We don't like it, but it tracks. What's the meme? He's crazy, but he's right, or something like that. Let's double check that it has stuff we like. We definitely want proportional taxation. We prefer the women's stuff. Public schools we like, compulsory primary school. And we like the fact that we can roll this or pressure specifically industrialists. It's really nice on industrialists. We'll pressure that up. Well, mods are made because of sincere interest in the thing, while game devs are just working there. And it's a smaller scope, limited, the game's about everything. Yeah, but comparing it to, like, flavor mods, I guess, actually, you know what, the thing for the entire caste system creation and the creation of, like, discrimination and, like, this type of stuff was really substantive, right? Like, without this, that makes it so you can't do this in your Aboriginal mod, right? And so, like, they put more framework down, obviously. Factoria Space Exploration is a mod that I legit put in 1 hours into and didn't finish. Just partial completion. There's, like, no deliverable. Bro. Lots of Bethesda games, the Fallout and Elder Scrolls games are significantly better with mods. That's true. I wish you could just change the name of the country to More South Wales instead of New South Wales. Alright, we want to get equal rights, and I think we want to get rid of debt slavery. We have an extra 10% chance right now. The squatocracy, though. Not like this. The squatocracy are powerful, too. Is there a world... We're in the British market is the thing. It's probably going to be hard for us to trigger corn laws. We'll put that up, just in case the British, like, ever manage to spike, the grain price high enough for us to trigger it. We could go for property... Oh... Not like that, we can't. The workforce ratio would be pretty nice considering how low our population is. We basically won't get anything from pop growth. Getting the PB in government wouldn't be too hard, and then we could go for wealth voting. So let's do that. I think there should be much less binary stuff in Vic 3 ranging from taxation to laws. I don't know about those are binary. Free settlers have moved into Moreton Bay, hoping to build a new life in New South Wales, struggling to survive in the unfamiliar environment. We'll help them out. It seems like we're... Oh, we are getting colonization now. Okay. It wasn't moving before. Turmoil in the New South Welsh Northern Territory. Radicalized mobs are causing significant disruption in New South Wales Northern Territory. That is too many words. Collecting taxes has become difficult, and construction industry has been forced to grind to a near stop. It's no surprise settlers are looking to leave. Aboriginal become more loyalist. Well, you guys wanted us to help out the Aborigines in general, so we'll do that. We'll send people in, restore some order, crack some skulls. One thing modders don't account for is performance. Yeah, Morgan wrote is an insanely, like, sick mod, and then the performance is really low. What should you do as Prussia? Try and improve relations with, like, all the people who you can get in to form North Germany. And then eventually when you do fight, if you do fight, Austria, you want to be really aggressive with these decrees for enlistment efforts, because they'll help out a lot. We're going to greener grass, though, I think. So, what should we do? Subsidization for the city, right? Which is going to be a little bit expensive, but... So we get minus enactment chance no matter what. The British authorities are pushing back on local efforts to obtain self-representation, claiming that while New South Wales serves as a penal colony, the close control of the governor is considered necessary. Then we better act quick, dog. We better act quick. And also improve relations with Great Britain, I think. It looks like it does change her to yellow as well, or if you're colorblind, it stays the same. Shout out to you guys. Can we also improve relations with... Yeah. If we're gonna be a subject, the place to declare the interest is in, like, North Germany here. Is this loses, or it has a negative budget of that? We'll do this, and if this is just minus 25 on the budget, we will cry. Okay, it's not. We do have a supremacist movement led by the trade unions. If we back down to this, if it's led by the trade unions... Hold up, if we back down to this and it's led by the trade unions... Do we just get onto universal suffrage for freezies? Good dealsies? How do you get your game not to crash? Me? I've never had problems with crashing, so I've never made adjustments. What I'm talking about is we should have more sliders with binary. Okay. I agree with the sliders thing, but also just like having 3 options is not binary. Binary is having 2. But yeah, I agree there should be more stuff. Yeah. He doesn't disapprove of the law enactment. You got a setback on the law. Did you lose the 33% law speed from the event? No. We are flying on the law pass speed. I think maybe we have to stop bolstering, though. That's giving us how much negative approval? -2 and radical movement things. We also want to maintain the rural folk bonus really bad because the extra the agitator's going to get progress kind of no matter what. Oh, I forgot we can rev like with impunity because we do have a subject. We could boost native reservation levels. Squatocracy clout hurts. Abdication passes laws based on the revolution, not who is in the revolution. It's only like distribution of power that it affects, right? And then it gives you like more time to try and pass the thing. Yeah. I think we go nitro. The thing is, it's not going to actually give us resource discovery chance. Pharmaceuticals into Quinine is probably okay, too. What does Native Reserve do? I missed the start of the stream. Well, it helps to convert the natives, but also, well, we didn't even see what the construction cost on it is. 15 construction, we construct it in 3 weeks, so the construction cost is incredibly low. It's 40. But the thing we're looking at right now is it's helping to decrease our monthly progress here in terms of frontier control. British authorities are pushing back on our efforts to get self... not like this. Alright, well... That's rough. The Myall Creek Massacre. Responding to native raids, frontier settlers ambushed Wurree camp, tying up and killing over 28, mostly women and children. God damn it. Then beheading and burning them, trying to evade discovery. John Plunkett, a prosecuted case against the settlers, is facing resistance from sympathetic jurors and inability to use the main witness due to the law not permitting Aboriginal testimony. Terrible. We actually have a book that talks a bit about the Aborigines language quite a bit. The name of the book is Women, Fire, and Dangerous Things. And there's 4 categories of words for the Aboriginal language, and one of those categories refers to specifically women, fire, and dangerous things, or is used to refer to everything that fits that category. I think we'll say those perpetrators must hang. We can lose progress on egalitarianism. I've never seen this modifier before. Yeah. Perpetrators must hang. Yeah, we'll delete these reserves later. Don't tell anyone, okay? We'll promise the natives stuff, and we'll give them stuff, and then we'll take it away. Yeah, that's not... We have a big enough negative. Can affect any law that the revolution prefers over what you have right now. Okay. I haven't been backing down as aggressively since they took out the thing. The loyalists. I mean, I think this is just dead in the cradle. If we roll that one British event one more time, we're just dead. And it seems like that British event is part of the mod. Pearling crew anchored off Morton Bay has found water come across a curious cage of Gugu-bonded people accompanied by a white man. This cutter has been reported to the captain with requests for instructions to rescue the white man. Rescue the white man by force. Leave them be. Let's offer to trade for the white man. Tribesmen grunt, fling their arms in the air and begin to walk away, signaling that they are not interested in bartering. Do we get negative modifiers for nothing, or leave them alone? Let's leave them alone. Repugnancy effort support from Colonial Office. Not everyone in Great Britain agrees of the repugnancy of allowing concept referring to contradiction of the same document in English law, of allowing Aboriginal testimony. Some of the colonial case question prevailing interpretation. Okay, a religious oath is required to give evidence in court under the rationalization that belief in God and divine consequences needed to understand the nature of the oath. Thus, the Dreamtime Aboriginal people are not considered competent to give testimony despite being able to be a defendant or accused of the same court. Reform is contested amongst by the opposing domestic interests as well as the British Attorney General Office decreeing its repugnancy to be the principles of the British jurisprudence. Will complete if the reform bar reaches 100%. New South Wales has enacted the equal right of total separation, or the repugnancy bar goes to 0. If triggered, we get plus minimum acceptance. Will fail if we get national supremacy and state religion, we get ethno-state, or the Intelligentsia are marginalized, and if one of those. Okay, so we want to remove repugnancy. And then we'll say, you got it all wrong, dog. I hope we clicked the right option with you got it all wrong, dog. Botched a boycott. I think that we fail our movement anyways, so... British relations. It's all affected by British stuff. +1 from lobbying, though. Alright, we don't have any steamships or what have you. They tricked us last time. The settlement will stay where it is. Watch our settlement get flooded. The British authorities are okay. So we fail this. British authorities don't want it. We have to be an oligarchy. We just rolled that event like 3 times in a row, so... I warned you that enactment event starting off on the stream. You warned... Oh, okay. It didn't stick, your warning. Now we suffer the consequences. Okay. I didn't realize it would... Yeah, okay. go rights of assembly, I guess. We have an easy pass right here. Colonial offices, 3 put in. We'll expand the breeding program here, I think. And we get progress towards 4K progress towards mechanical tools. Hell yeah. As thought, a vain attempt at trickery. Fool me once, shame on you. We didn't read through it all. Instead, we just didn't try and understand the people. Clearly, the only solution is not accepting their testimony, is not accept anyone's testimony. This is the way. By decree only. Wow, we are losing money though. I think we might have to pull back a little bit on institution levels. Colony of New Zealand. The British colony has established New Zealand as a crown colony. This will allow you to take control of New Zealand. Well, let's hope no one gets ideas. We want to keep playing as this. Alright. We're having a little bit of difficulty here. Reform progress reaching 0% doesn't break us, though. Yeah, we just need to kind of reform our government a little bit. It's a little bit difficult when we can't get, when we're on oligarchy. We are a parliamentary republic, though. Narrative context is, content is expansive and great, but it feels like playing the narrative text adventure. If it just turned down a bit, stretched through the whole campaign, it would be better. Maybe it is stretched through the whole campaign, man. Can we still hop on England Opium War? I haven't seen them do it in a while. They already won the Opium War. Here, let's, the victory is here. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again. That's right. Until we get fooled again. In the hands of the state, I find solace. Technically, our overlord can choose to support the other people, but we'll do this for the legitimacy. Get rights of assembly through, and if the rev pops, Britain will just help us out and clap the other people. Actually, we probably are just supposed to pass ban slavery like this, huh? We try and ban slavery. This provokes a revolution, and then the squattocracy gets crushed out by the British. We'll pass rights of assembly first, but we will be focused on getting this. Spreading God's word. A group of missionaries have been preaching Christianity to the wicked people of Moreton Bay and have asked to be formally assisted. I think we'll let them keep their own faith. pretentious? Basically. You'll fail the testimony JE if intelligentsia are marginalized. If they are close, keep them in government at all times. That's true. They're not that close. It's pretty bad for us to keep them in gov. Let's do that. Not more poisoning. Let's investigate. Let's let them settle where they like. Get some loyalists. And the fact that we are starting to lose money, or we have been losing money for some time. Oh no, whatever will we do? What will we do, chat? We have skirmish infantry we start with. Hell yeah, brother. I don't know if Britain can actually reach this front. If they can't reach this front, this might be a little bit complicated. But we do have the British supporting us. So we should be in okay shape. And this should help out the clout of everyone else. It's not part of the rev here. Bueller. Britain, where are you? Send help. Send help. Britain. Britain. Could you, Okay. Could you help us out, Britain? Okay, thanks. Bye. Clergy has a new unhappy malice. Fury of the God. What is this? We will decline because I think it's mutual, and we have to join if they want to declare independence. And we don't want the AI to get something wrong, you know? Gold Rush in Ural. We'll do offer a reward for the discovery of gold, and we will also get nitroglycerin and some radicalism. I think we're okay with that. Let's check the PMs. I think we don't want cargo ports. Oh man, we took on so much debt from that war. I don't know if that's from them having the debt and we inherited or what. I do know there's ways to delete the debt, but we won't do those. We'll impose a bounty for those responsible. I think we're going to try and get the landowners to rev so that we can weaken them. We like the Aboriginal pop loyalists, I think. We got no progress here. You lost 50k, 55k money, the Ural event? Oh, it costs 55. I misread it. No, that's not the entirety of this negative thing. The real problem is we have no investment pool unlocked now, because it's like 800k. So we're gonna do this. And then actually we'll idle the queue. And we'll put everything up for sale. And ideally we sell them to ourselves, but Britain might buy them. But when we do that, it'll unlock the queue, and there's the purchasing coming through. It doesn't really negatively affect our budget too much. So these will get sold off. Britain does have one. And then the selling off saves us a little bit of money. Something like this. This gets us like virtually nothing. This should make them rev. And then... yeah, we got 300k burned off from our investment pool. I guess we'll build stuff so that we can sell it off. We don't want our queue to idle is the biggest thing. If it's built by the private industry, that's fine with us if they use all our construction. And yeah, as we sell off more buildings, we kind of get into better shape here. Stuart Armstrong, leader of the armed forces, has been spotted after a spear, sorry. Was that spotted in some type of way? After a confrontation. It happens, dog. Don't worry about it. We need those to expand. We need this to expand as well. We'll get that so that we have the right thing in. Choose this option. It won't, members of the people have been engaging in native raids across Port Phillip and countryside. Settlers are asking for assistance. Oh, this will make Aboriginal pops more. Yikes. 5 months minus 200. I guess that's kind of okay. What's up with our bureaucracy? Now it's super high. Armenian mass migration, not like this. We know what they're running away from. A little early. Like 60 years early here. Following disputes regarding the treatment of Catholic missionaries, France has claimed Tahiti as a protectorate. We can spend a little bit to improve our relations with France. Oh, we also opened up new Diplo. Oh, can we not rival anyone? Dog. Let's do this. Armenian people must accept their lot, not like this. Ooh. Definitely don't like the seesawing feeling. We only have 300 investment pool to like try and free up. And that's not a lot in terms of months. And I'm not sure our economy is growing at the pace we need. We'll choose this option. Christian sectarianism. They want freedom of conscience. I mean, we would be delighted to get freedom of conscience, I think. I'm not sure if we can pass it. So we'll choose this one. Spreading God's word. I think we'll dissuade them from teaching again. We'll take the extra expenses. Oh, they're so painful. Yeah, I mean, like... we could delete the construction sector again. I haven't seen Jack the Ripper event for a while now. I love random Lincoln getting caught, yeah. Native Protectorate diplomatic action. Do we miss? Oh. Bruh. Oh, we should have been doing this the whole time, I guess. Okay, so... let's do this. Unlocks public health system, which is going to be good for us. Population of 100k. 1% literacy, yikes. So it's got a 4-year cooldown, okay. So I guess we're going to be trying to improve relations, decreasing autonomy, and annexing these guys. Or maybe there's some sort of event for auto-annexing them. Seems like you're better to specialize in just RGOs for now. Instead of the manufacturing, probably, actually. France owes you an obligation. Any way to use it? I don't think so. This would be kind of the thing. Actually, this is not getting us anywhere right now. Once the investment pool is fully drained off, we will delete the construction sector. They want to be native holders. I don't think we want to give up the arable land, dog. Sorry. 1 arable land, but that's a bridge too far. As we finish the building, we could sell it off. So it's like not as bad as it looks, but it's looking pretty bad here. We're just so small. I mean, our population's gone up by like 30%, but we're still really small. I think that as the T building finishes, we will probably delete the construction sector. We have to pay out quite a bit to Great Britain. Let's try rolling some of this back. The government administration's kind of expensive. We might be in for a bankruptcy here. It's not the worst, but it's not very ideal. It will give us a ton of radicals. We do want equal rights at some point. I don't understand warfare. I got a big green number, but I'm losing. So the green number means how likely you are to roll the next battle, or your progress towards battle rolling, not necessarily who's going to win. If you're not using military PMs, and you're not on the latest PM, or the latest, if you're not on the latest tech, or, like, better tech than the other guy, you might run into trouble. But if you're pressure fighting Austria, you should have better tech. Give them liberty. Trying. I mean, also when we finish buildings and this type of stuff, this positively gets affected, but I think we're... This feels really scuffed in terms of... I think we're maybe... Well, I don't know how, in what way we were way too aggressive with the spending or something like this, because... We've just floated one construction sector a couple times. It's mainly trying to get the investment pool going. The investment pool mechanics shut off if you don't have your first construction sector. This guy got stabbed. That sounds like a him problem. When we finish this explosives industry... We want to have some demand for nitro here. And this is actually a tier 2 tech, so we will get progress towards it. Wait, do we have all the tier 1s finished? We do have all the tier 1s finished. Never mind, we could go for Quinine. Right? I don't know, let's go for nitro. The thing is we actually here have to stop this because the way it works, if you don't have a single construction sector, your guys can't buy the things. And if our guys can't buy the things, it's just like letting the British buy our stuff with zero chance of us getting it, so that's not what we want. And that's not what we want. This was a France within a year of game start. I decided to click random buttons and explore a bit. Yeah, France is the strongest military at game start. The strongest land military. We'll impose a bounty, I guess. I don't think we're avoiding bankruptcy at this point. Maybe we should have just tried to run a positive balance. I don't know. We pushed it a little bit too much, maybe. South Australian government's requested we give control over a new South Welsh Northern Territory. Nah, dog. I think we're just going to click the bankruptcy button because there's not really too much we could do to fix our budget here at this point. It's not even really the interest that's like crushing us as much as it is like the Diplo Pact and the Gov wages. We have a lot of institutions. Maybe we're supposed to get rid of all the institutions entirely and delete this. That's probably a reasonable one. It feels kind of bad, though, to, like, undo your law passes to get rid of your institutions, so... I think just eating the bankruptcy might be better. It generates a ton of radicals, but we don't really mind the radicals all that much, considering the nature of our relationship with revs. Some other negative modifiers, but... I think the cure is probably worse than the disease in terms of what's required to avoid this. So, minus loan interest rate, institution change speed is worse, MAPI is worse. The MAPI is quite painful. Migration attraction is also going to be painful, but... Yeah, and we're just spat out with a negative budget here. That's rough. Everything's also forced privatized, so we do want to get a construction sector again. I wish that you didn't need a construction sector in order to turn on the investment pool effects, because we would definitely want that, but you do. Yeah, we just have all our institutions at level 1. We could, like, pass laws to get rid of them, but... We're just gonna let our queue idle with the construction sector, but the employees are quite a lot. Leader of the Indigenous, one of our nation's most prominent Aboriginal figures, has spoken out in favor of independent Aboriginal nation. Sir. Wheat and livestock ranches. See, if it was, we'll do this. It'll help to overcome the negative migration modifier. Okay, we're just letting the queue idle, and we received a ton of money from the investment pool building some stuff. What's our migration attraction look like? Unfortunately, it's low because the minus 75%. Minus 98%, yikes. Oh no, our population's going down. Maybe we scuffed this. Helmuth is strong general. Yeah. $12.1 wages on government admin is really high. Yeah, I think part of that is, or we could go on to cultural exclusion. This would decrease the wage rate. That's actually probably the thing to do, huh? I don't think we have any glass. So we'll drain through this positive balance real quick here. I would love the investment pool to drain and then pick up a building, but it won't pick up a building because we have unfilled vacancies, and the migration attraction is significant enough. The penalty that we're actually losing pops. Well, if we're not going to use it, it's better to... Well, no. God damn, dude. I mean, I guess we can fire him for now. We still have the Diplo pacts that we're paying to Great Britain as a result of being a colony. The government wages are quite expensive, and we're just, like, not really making money from anything, because we have... Yeah, we have so many institutions, and the base institution cost being 10 is actually really painful. Like, because we have less than 500,000 pops, so the fact that each of these are stuck at a bottom of 10, we maybe have to go get rid of our institutions and get rid of that government admin. We just, like, don't generate more money with these things very much at all. You know what? We're getting rid of the army entirely. I mean, this is, like, the only thing we have, really. The only lever we can pull on here. Yeah, and it works. Privatization is forced because we declared bankruptcy, so we're going to rebuild our construction sector with the deleted military. I guess we're just actually supposed to delete the military from game start. Don't you want to push for Pastures? Historical, you got bonuses? Cheap employment, more migration attraction? Conscription only for now? Yeah. Well, I don't even think we have enough for conscription, so... This is starting to come back. Oh, do we need to have good relations with these guys to eventually integrate them? Gold's been discovered in the Yukon territory. That might save us. If that's... I don't think that is us, but... That's not. That's what I thought. So, hopefully, yeah, minus 1k. I mean, it's like somewhat balanced out with our investment pool change. Alright, we're gonna supply them with what they need. I don't know if that's good enough, but... How much is this going down by? A little bit. Can we make another subject yet? No. Couple of time modifiers. We could remove some of this stuff and get more approval from the people out of government. Yikes. Yeah, everyone's super mad from the bankruptcy. We almost want to force a rev here. Just so that we can reset a lot of the what is it, radicals. But this is going to decrease government wages, which is currently one of the things that's bleeding us super hard. Oh, I wish we could use the base construction and still have our investment pool on, man. So painful. We don't have a lot of investment pool right now. And it feels so bad to be, like, deleting and rebuilding this repeatedly. And then the investment pool gets spent off right before we delete, which is actually really good timing. So now there's basically no investment pool. And we get refunded into the treasury, so we'll just sit at and use our 15 construction for a while until the investment pool comes up a little bit. God's plan. Yeah. Losing Pops really hurts. Oh no, we also lost the guy we had before. Not like this. No. We're down to the base 10 construction instead of having 15. Not like this. What level are your ports at? All of our ports are operating at the lower level. They're all anchorages. Why is your SOL so low? Because taxes and lack of market access. Could maybe lower this. We don't actually generate much money from it, so... maybe even a little bit more. Yeah, taxing opium is really painful, specifically. Alright, the Call to Federation. A series of ongoing conventions occurred in the background, whereas the interest groups and stakeholders may respond to relevant concurrent affairs and discuss desirability of forming an Australian Federation. Hell yeah, brother. We'll keep John Plunkett. Port Phillips loses its thing. Goldfields. Which is probably good. And then... I guess we'll go for Quinine now. And we have to improve relations with everyone. Okay. We'll go with that for now. And so, I guess we should have kept that in mind before. Us federating would be real great. Let's take a look at our investment pool. Investment pool's not grown enough for us to want to rebuild the construction sector yet. Why is your GDP so bad? Man. Restart? I mean, we could restart, but I feel like we've already made quite a bit of progress. It feels like it's just generally going to be a really slow start, and Australia's not that strong. We did declare bankruptcy, though, but we're like a third the way through it, the negative modifiers. It does negatively affect things, but the migration attraction is returning to more reasonable levels. You're basically running a minting only budget. Yeah, the problem is we have so many institutions that we would not want. Or the problem is there's a floor. There's a floor for institution costs, and the floor is 10. The minimum cost is always 10. Our population is so low that the cost would be significantly under 10, and we have a bunch of these institutions, so we need one government administration. Relative to the size of our economy, the government administration is really expensive. Or we just can't tax, and maybe it's actually we should just not tax people, because this costs like $1,500 in terms of the budget, and then that on top of we have to pay out to the British and other stuff. Just effectively is like that's all of our income. We have to pay out. Our income is $3,400. We're paying out $1,200 to the British, and $1,500 is going to our government administration. So, yeah. Per capita is good, though. This isn't an Australia run, this is a Paraguay run, not like this. And then we have things like this, where we want the migration attraction, man. Maybe that 200 is just not worth. But we almost have a fully, like, vertically integrated economy here. So this is going to get swooped up by the British, I think. Or they won't buy it because it's not fully employed. I think the British will buy it. There's not much we can do about it because we have... Sorry. We won't eat the 200 cost here. But I think getting the gold mine up and coming should help out a lot. Because we don't have any minting from gold right now. We will soon. Oh, our relations with Great Britain has to be at least 50 as well. We could get another native protectorate. We're gonna choose whatever has the biggest population, I think. If we can. Looks like Mara's pretty big. We cannot afford a university at a single level, but we would get negative approval. We don't want a pacifist. Yuck. We want our relations to improve with the New South Wales. Oh wait, we are New South Wales. Whoever that is, we want our relationships to improve. National Bulletin. Being published in every year, the rise of the Bulletin is playing an important role in Australian society, spreading new ideas across town, etc., etc. Okay. Assimilation and authority. Open discourse. We do like some open discourse. Okay. Still low on the migration, unfortunately. Call to Federation is getting progress here. Just kidding, it was. We will let the people get speared. I wonder if there's any rivals we can make. I think there's not. Yeah. What companies do you have? Bless you. Are there any new ones for the mod? There are some new ones for the mod. There's one that looks really good. They're really strong. Very much better than Vanilla Oil Company. Also, some of these other ones are good. Cultural exclusion is also going to help us out a lot. Because it decreases the wages we pay for our our government workers. But this one looks really good. Broken Hill Proprietary. This is one of the reasons why we're pushing the lead and iron mines kind of in here a little bit more than we otherwise would, but those are good anyways. But the thing is like, for all the employment levels, we should turn on nitro. So we also have a company that opens up like journal entries for us. Like the wool industry company we have slotted in. opens this up for us, and it's giving us quite a lot of research, which is kind of an interesting mechanic. I don't know. I mean, it can't possibly be balanced, but that is the company we have slotted in right now. So it does seem like there's significant incentive to... Wait, what? What happened to our company? Wunderberg. I like the rum. Do we not have an HQ? We don't have an HQ here anymore. What happened to our wool company? What? We had the company's dead. Well, the Australian Agricultural Company. So why can't we establish this? The livestock ranch has got to too low a level. Not like this. I don't think they'll auto-expand any. We just don't have enough pops. It's super painful. Just as aggressive with labor-saving PMs as possible here. Gah. Is it a Jover as Australian if you don't have too much? Restart now? No, we're not going to restart, man. We're like 15 years in. Just waiting a little bit for the modifier to go away is like faster than getting to where we are from like a restart position. You don't need to have like the absolute fastest Australia possible. Juggling like some of this like stuff is also a little bit interesting. I'm not sure how much better we could have played it other than deleting so the thing is, we have to delete the military immediately is actually I think the only way to like make this like work. Otherwise it is really painful. No, we know not to relocate those. That's just trickses. That is just trickses. Yeah. Native testimony. Oh, this retreats our progress bar. Well, our progress bar is at 0 right now. I don't think we're gaining any progress either. Go. The supremacist movement. We don't mind if we rev, because Great Britain will help us out. Going for railway might be good in order to decrease workforce requirements. What you mean? Do we have negative... Oh no, not like this. I was gonna say, do we have negative infrastructure? We do. Yeah, we're gonna go railway after this. We'd rather do rail transport than use what we're using. Alright. is super painful. Nice 1K, yeah. I mean, we could restart and just start off by deleting the things. And go, improve relationship right away, because that would have helped as well. So we should get a massive revolutionary movement of some kind. I guess we could pull it if people want us to Because the only thing that I think would make a substantive, like a super substantive difference is that we just delete the military immediately on game start. But... and we also improve relations with all these guys and go nationalism considerably earlier so we can get called a federation, something like this. That is your favorite hater. I low-key enjoy him. More than Find Crisis? I don't know if Ed's a hater. Ed just disagrees with me, I think. I have some strong opinions on how good this run is. But, you know, thinking... I'm pretty sure... I think if we keep the military, we can't avoid bankruptcy, really, that easily. And still grow the economy. But, we can make some adjustments. If you restart, also make natives protectorate from day one. Yeah, this is also be a pretty big difference, so... Looks like 12 votes you guys want to restart. Alright, let's restart. Yeah, we could probably do a little bit better. That and the military deletion is probably the two things. Find Crisis whines too much. This one's pure antagonism. Well, yeah, Find Crisis got super mad when we timed him out. Which is like... and then he called us soft, which like... so... just like ironic. Quitter, basically. Alright, this is what I think we need to open with. And then I do think we want the construction sector. We also can just push for 5 lead mines to get the company. I don't think the lead mines will have enough demand, really. Cheers, mate. So we can do native protectorate, we'll protectorate them. And then we will start improving relations with them, because we want to reduce autonomy and them. And then I think we rush nationalism. I think those are the major changes, and then we go promote social mobility everywhere. And probably encourage resource industry here, at least initially. Or not promote social mobility, that's less important. Probably okay there, but greener grass. You don't necessarily need to pass laws quick. And then I think we would go for cultural exclusion right off the bat to decrease the government wages. And all those seemed good before when we read them. So all this together feels like it'll be a little bit better. It's going to be good. That's going to allow us to have higher liberty desire while simultaneously having good relations with the UK, which we need. Or, sorry, Great Britain. Wool Company JE. What about it? Negative tariffs. I love this event. What culture? What culture? I don't think we necessarily want to increase the institutions. We would like to be able to sit on having no government admins for as long as possible. It is unfortunate how big they are, but what can you do? You hadn't clicked the decisions when I wrote it. Also might not be, not going for voting and wasting time there might help a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger one is just deleting military off the start. We unfortunately, like, will still run a negative balance no matter what, I think, but... And here we have to lose 55,000, which is the entire gold reserve, to get extra resource discovery chance. I guess let's not do it. I mean, we do want gold, but this will give us a significant buffer. We will death spiral if we get we will death spiral if we get a negative. We can't afford to pay out disproportionately high gov wages, pay the British government, and pay interest, and that'll get us into trouble. So I don't think we want to go jump in immediately paying interest here. Speed bumping on this quite a bit, but what percentage of our expenses are government wages? Yeah, almost all of them. From the one construction sector, which, to be fair, it does turn on our investment pool. We definitely want the state construction efficiency in the capital here. There we go. That kind of works out for us. Alright, we're not going to take the negative modifiers. They can have the white man. The city of Batmania. Marvelous. Alright. So now we're starting to have the problem of the government administration kind of being needed. Stupid institutions. I think we want to stop improving with 2 of these guys and improve with Britain instead. Oh man, we're just shy of being able to do that. Let's absolve obligation maybe on our guy. Just to get us into the next bracket. So that they decay a little bit less, and then we're going to improve relations with the South Wales. Or these guys. South Australia. Specifically. I think there might be multiple opportunities for gold discoveries, though. That might be a bit also been because I switched to New Zealand. How's the mod prevent other European powers from colonizing Australia colonial claims? Yeah, I think that's the way this operates. They want more autonomy. We absolved our obligation and they immediately asked for more autonomy. We're going to decline. That sucks though. Because they like us. Samoa. Massacre in Port Phillip. Oh no. We will not get the government expenses here. So it's going to cost us 1K to run a government administration. So I think we're just actually supposed to let the money get lit on fire here. The tax waste. We just have to tolerate this very uncomfortable, like, context. We also get this engineer guy, though. I mean, we're running a positive enough balance to pay for the thing, but that's because the investment pool is currently covering construction, and the investment pool is draining at a similar rate, so we're not really running a positive balance. Not truly. If too many buildings downsize, we'll lose our company as well. Hey, Giant Housekey, thank you for the follow. Big nice. A squatocracy. Okay, so I think either way we auto-pass tenant farmers. We picked this before. This radicalizes them. Plus dividends tax rate. Minus approval. Minimum expected living. I mean, the expansion, this just seems good for us, so we're gonna do it. But we do get tenant farmers pass then. As well. We'll use our one time here. Oh. We didn't call one time in time. Damn it. What can you do? We could try and ban slavery to provoke a revolution. So that we can weaken the squatocracy. I do think well, the workforce ratio on slaves is actually incredibly high. The problem is that, when this is like something I still don't understand, and I'm kind of frustrated I don't understand it. The SOL is just completely polarized. I get that these guys are unemployed, but even with employed guys, well, actually, this is a little bit less the phenomenon we've noticed before. But it makes it so that you're either 1 SOL or 8. 8 is the other threshold when they like buy all the goods. That's like really common. These guys, I get that they're unemployed. They're also really small fragmentations. Look at this. We're having to do a calculation for this one dude. But like here, these guys are working. Well, they're slaves. And they're Aboriginal, so they're discriminated against. We've noticed this with non-discriminated pops too, though, but they're just 1. They're at 1. And if they're at 1 SOL, it's not very good. If they're at higher SOLs, it's actually pretty good. You should get a heating pad if you're uncomfortable. True. Breaking news, Trump says Houthis are currently under fire. Build Gov in Canberra, since that's the actual capital of Australia. Capital relocation journal entries probable, yeah. Didn't necessarily have U.S. airstrikes on Yemen in my bingo card this last week, but also kind of normal, eh? Wait, the U.S. is currently attacking... I guess, like, the scope of whatever intervention is like, kind of relevant. I don't know what's going on. If that's, like, just now happening. I think we could go pro-army. This doesn't actually curb the landowners. Someone else has done extensive analysis of this, but it doesn't actually decrease the landowner power, really. But, we're gonna want to be getting on that anyway. Dedicated police will, though. So we can do that instead. We could also do no police. And rake back some of this. The thing is we're going to start losing money as soon as we build a government admin. Yeah, I guess we're just not supposed to build that government admin. Which, like, feels super bad, but also it is what it is. I don't know. How are egg prices in Australia? I imagine they're pretty good, mate. Because they don't have an avian flu right now. I actually don't know if that's a reasonable place to raise chickens. So we'll drain here for now, but then our investment pool will be growing by a big enough margin. Yeah, I mean, I guess the bureaucracy is just more expensive than the amount of tax we would be saving. I don't know. How can one be an unemployed slave? Someone's asking the real questions, right? How does that work? I think they'll find jobs pretty quick, too. Yeah. I mean, if we sort by SOL, the unemployed ones should be primarily the ones over here, but, they're in Port Phillip, looks like. Maybe we make something in Port Phillip that can employ them. Which is kind of a lot of things. We know the best one, though. The Chop Chop. But like also sometimes when they're employed, they're also one SOL. It's the complete polarization to me because one SOL, like the pops die out way too fast. It's a problem. Also, so is game crashing. Well, that's the first crash for this mod. We are using the compatibility mod alongside it, which it requires, so that's not going to be the reason. But we'll click resume here. Yeah. I mean, we could look at the news. Best American news is British. Are they front paging what's going on? Or we're doing this wall wiki loads. We're not switching to like news or whatever. Well, we have tornado coverage. I'm not seeing anything breaking regarding us attacking the Houthis in Yemen. This is the mod we're on, by the way. Australian and New Zealand flavor pack. It's currently loading in. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Not like this. It's the take a break, walk around, hydration check feature. We do have our jug. We never mixed our drink. Let's grab a packet. So there's water and no, what's this? Oh wait, is it still, what's going on here with this? Ooh, okay. I thought we had bad news. We didn't have bad news. Trump says some more bullshit, more at 11? Yeah, basically. The best kind of low-key hate, like, in terms of, like, actually, I don't have a strong opinion on various newspapers in the US, but in terms of the cable news networks, they're all just kind of different brands of insipid. Although, not to say that some are not worse than the others. So we did that. We got Sonic Cherry Limeade flavor packet. And it's 4.5 gallons, so it's very diluted, but we kind of like it diluted, so. So it's not breaking, but still happening? Yeah. I'll have to look into that more, like, later. Alright, if we crash again, it might be a sign. Ba-da-da-dee-da. We'll just take the enactment chance here. Nothing too fancy, just make sure that we get it through. We'll be coming back to trying to change government wages, but, alright, so we have 300k, or we have 80k saved up, yikes. The investment pool is growing at a good clip. We might just have to idle it after this wood chop and let the investment pool build the buildings. Ooh, maybe we're actually supposed to, since we're an insignificant power and we'd like to be a minor, maybe we're just supposed to go for the prestige. Because minor has better migration attraction. Is this worth 200? I don't know if it's actually worth 200 for 10% migration attraction. But we are getting positive weekly migration here. Missile fired, 9 killed, 9 injured. Now I go bankrupt. We already did that. We already tried that way. Alright, so now we're hitting kind of a little bit of a critical point. Because we're about to start accruing interest. I think what we're going to do is we are going to enable the privatization of these and hope that our own private queue picks those up rather than British. Transfer Northern Territories. South Australian government has requested control over mostly arid region. 10 progress to national unity. They gain control over it. Okay, and this improves relation. We'll say yes in the spirit of the Federation. And we'll say not the right time right now, because we will burn through too much of our stuff. And now we can gain the money a little bit. Yeah, the tax waste is not... The tax waste, negative 25% taxes, when the amount we're making in taxes is like in total 2K. It doesn't justify us paying 1.1K in order to get a government admin going. God, it's so silly though. How the floor here is just actually really painful. So now we got nationalism. So we can initiate conferences to discuss federation here. And we have relations with South Australia that are good enough. And so we have to improve relations with other people. Do West Australia for now. We have to get Great Britain up to that. Actually, let's maybe stop improving relations with Great Britain. If we have to get them all up to that certain level, then the sequencing might be a little bit better here. To do it like this. Although, I think we get events with not Great Britain. Actually, let's do Western Australia and Great Britain again. I think that's correct. And we'll get up to Great Britain plus 50 pretty soon here anyway. We deleted all our military, it doesn't matter. Fun crazy fact, I live in the north and we really didn't really have a winter this year. Ooh, I don't know if that sounds like a fun fact. That sounds like a global warming fact. We don't like those. They do be thingin', though. Because you live, like, really far north. Is that common to, like, effectively not have a winter? Okay, can we go water tube boiler? We are benefiting from the throughput here of, on this stuff. We are using the Edict. And then it looks like there's some local bonuses to that stuff. Yuck, we have some British purchasing here. Or building, even. A royalist? Nah. That ain't us. I'm not sure if we could even pass monarchy, right? I have to imagine there's going to be a thing that would prevent us from passing monarchy. Does the 5 legitimacy make a difference? Looks like it doesn't. Oh, this guy is so good. Is this the boy? The man, the myth, the legend himself? George Gips. Or Gips, I don't know how it's pronounced. Cautious literary engineer. Bruh. The truth. Too bad we can't actually start wars, so it doesn't matter. We have this on auto expand, but we're also cool letting the queue take the wheel. I guess we'll do this. Is that Concerning Hobbits playing? Oh my god, the flavor text though. So we'll start losing money a little bit here, but our investment pool is really cranking up. We'll offer aid to South Australia, I think, to gain progress to national unity. Bro, I love this mod. New South Wales caught ablaze in brushfire, which has unfortunately spread to South Australia. This could not become a diplomatic incident if we're not careful. Offer aid? Or, well, damn South Australia, we can't control the weather. Alright, we'll help them out. Alright, so our relations... We need to improve relations with New Zealand and Van Diemen's Land as well. And so we should get unified, and we are now 4 years in. So we should be, yeah, getting close to this. So Mara, Karma. Karna's got 40k population, 20k here. 40k for Karna. So we will get these guys in as a subject of our people. And then we have this, which I think all these are good. It's free tech. Of course, we're super backward, and otherwise the start's really hard, but... Or rough, maybe is the better word. Does look like we are on our way. Yeah, scary fun. It's the my favorite type of fun fact. Relations with Britain should improve from the subject status anyways, that's true. It's been common the last few years. Trends are draw dropping though. Last I looked at them, they were like crazy. In general, my conclusion has been it's hard to have a productive conversation on like global warming. Like it seems very polarized and not very information oriented, and so having conversations on that becomes less important. And so I tend not to make myself like more informed on it, generally speaking. We would normally have a foot of snow on the ground for at least a month. This year, only a few days. Yikes. But yeah, like, it's really difficult to convince anyone on either side, but like, I think global warming's real. In terms of the side, like, I think is like correct. It's like, it's so difficult to convince someone of anything in particular, so becoming more informed just seems like not necessarily the thing to do. Or like in terms of, you can only become informed on so many stuff. Like in terms of which things are most important to become informed on, it's maybe less, is what I mean. So we have good relations with some of these guys. I don't know where Aluru's at. It doesn't matter because we don't have a military, but... We don't like this because this company goes away. You know what we'll do is we will enable privatization and hope that the company picks that up as this is... Yeah, there we go. There we go, baby. Pick up that. Pick it up. Oh. The company maybe gets more prosperity not having picked up one of these coal mines here. Yeah, we see it go to even prosperity. Or maintenance. So... I wonder if we could try and export... Wait, do we have any trade routes? Yeah, the 2 we made. Alright, let's delete one of these. And there's a certain number of free trade routes that you have before they start costing stuff. We'll do that. Can we actually afford another construction sector? Was that actually just like the absolute truth? Just deleting the 3 units because our economy is so small? Just fixed everything? It looks like we could afford another one, but I'm concerned we don't have enough labor to actually run another construction sector. I wish we could build half of a government administration, because that's like exactly what I want to do right here. Do a lot of data analysis on historical weather data sets for research stuff, and even pulling a pivot chart makes you feel sad. Global warming has always happened. Yeah, basically. Basically. The climate's always changing. Yep, that's true. That's true. Hello, hey Blue Seal. You're trying to learn this game? We have a lot of... If you're trying to learn the game, and you're just starting out completely new, this is a mod, so some stuff will be a little bit different. But I have a Spain run on YouTube that I would recommend. Progress towards national unity, I guess we're choosing that. Or we don't want to deteriorate relations. Clearly South Australia needs our oversight or strengthened communications. Originating from South Australia, brushfire has rapidly grown out of control, engulfing the countryside. There's talk that this could have been avoided with greater cooperation. We'll strengthen them. We'll do that. We'll make a little bit of progress here. Uh-oh. Relations have become a problem. Alright, we're gonna choose that option yes, because that's gonna give us ticking positive relations with them. We'll investigate the poisoning. Looks like our leader died. Big sad. The sickly man. He's replaced with another cautious boyo, though, so... Hard to be too mad. I guess we'll try and change some laws here. Pro-army attempt. And then we'll try and do racial segregation or something. Well, global warming is controversial. I'm not sure, understand people who can't believe the buildup of CO2 is a problem. I'm not sure understand. You can't understand those people. I mean, the thing is that, like, those people do something that, like, the people who agree with them also do, which is that they want a particular thing to be true, and then they look at information, and the second they find information supporting, like, their belief, they just, like, stop looking for information. So it's not, like, unique to them, but, like, that's, like, kind of the way it goes. And so, like, and this is, like, how confirmation bias works, and why it's so insidious, is, like, if you find something that you want to be true, you will look for information on it, or you'll just accept it immediately, but you'll look for information on it, and the second you find information confirming it, you will stop looking for information. If you have something that you want to be false, you'll look for information on it, and if you find something that shows it to be true, you will just keep looking for information. And so the methodology that people use to try and find information is one in which, generally speaking, they are putting in efforts that are not a constant basis of effort. The effort when they are finding evidence that is contrary to what they want to believe is increased, and the effort when they find something that confirms their belief is decreased. South Australia dropped below the threshold, they did, but we're just gonna bring everyone up. I think it's faster just to get everyone to 50, but I'm not 100% sure. We're also trying to play relatively quick. And these other ones are kind of close. Maybe swapping this guy for South Australia is better, but... Oh, South Australia was hurt by a bigger margin. The continued violence against these people on the frontier of Port Phillip has erupted into violence. Oh no. Negotiations have failed. Win the war. Big sad. Pro-Army's got some problems. Good evening. Is the rest of the world still running in parallel, or is this just Australia? There's still the rest of the world. Although things be thangin' in the Dutch East Indies. Well, you can disagree about the political implications of climate change. Just straight up denying the fact itself is absolutely wild. And dumb as anti-vax conspiracy stuff. Yeah, I mean, but like, just because you are correct doesn't mean that you are necessarily thinking in the right way, right? We'll try and increase this. Oh, yikes. There's not much demand for it. The only place where we have peasants is Canberra. I'm not sure which one of these is Canberra. I would like to look at the state, please. Not seeing Canberra get highlighted. I think we have territory up here. But we gave it back to them. What? Bro, I visually cannot tell where Canberra is here. I'm so, like, yeah. Shiny touching another controversial topic. Well, I mean, I'm kind of... My main thesis is that it's, like, in terms of being involved in public discourse, it's actually not worth thinking about. Oh, it's right here. This. Well, we're just gonna build one logging camp and that'll be it. But I guess we'll do it. We'll de-peasant Canberra. We will continue to say this is not the right time. That seems to have been working out pretty well for us so far. We do have a pretty fat gold reserve, though, actually. 300k. Maybe we're supposed to let it do it. The Battle of New South Wales. Diplomacy has failed. New South Wales has fallen. Is there evidence that CO2 emissions are not harmful? There's like a lot of different points of access from the side I disagree with in terms of like the way that they argue it. Not all of which is like generally speaking, if something's harmful, you have to demonstrate that it's harmful. Like the burden of proof is on the person who's saying it's harmful, right? Like the things should be considered not harmful, generally speaking. Very generally speaking. Unless they can be demonstrated to be harmful. Oh no, absolutely. That message was from before the confirmation bias one. Yeah, I mean, like that for me, that's like the thing is like I think people just like aren't receptive to evidence, just generally on that like that front. And I do think like global warming exists, and I think a lot of people who think that it exists, if I were to try and give them, if I were to say to them, look, I have this paper showing that global warming is not real, will you read it? A lot of them just won't read it, is what I like. And then if I ask those same people, what literature have you read on global warming, I think that I think over 50% of the people will have not read a single book on global warming, so they're not open to getting information from like a peer-reviewed type of source, or like a source with editorial oversight and fact-checking, and they wouldn't be receptive to getting other information, which like regardless of whether or not like your position is correct, like means that like you're not thinking through the information correctly. I don't think anyone educated on the topic is denying it's happening anymore, but the new controversy is one, if we are on the main cause or not, and two, what if anything could actually be done about it. For me, the strongest argument like for the we shouldn't worry about global warming type of argument is like one that is, hopefully we don't need an army for this, is something to the tune of like I guess we'll raise the one conscript and we'll put him on defense. We don't want to slow down technological and economic growth, which will be able to deal with the problems anyway, or something like this. Which I think that's wrong, but I think that's like the best type of argument. We'll get progress towards egalitarianism. Hell yeah, brother. I heard someone say, I don't have kids, so I don't care. I mean, that's at least fair, I guess. I mean, I think that people in the society who like are just gonna say, I don't give a shit about the society, like in regards to the rules governing the society, like I'm just like I don't think I want them to be involved in the governance of our society. Like, I don't know. Investment pool is really cranking up now, so we might even be able to add another construction sector. The real problem is we like don't have very much labor, so I don't know if this siphons off too much labor from everything for us. But this is going way better. Yeah, deleting the military was like key for like getting the ball rolling, I think. We still don't have a lot of pops, but that's, or no, we don't have a lot of pops because yeah. And then I think we'll have to come back on the production methods and fix stuff up. I think in general we want to be... Well, railways is natural spreading. I was going to say moving towards railways. I guess we'll move towards that, because we do eventually want to get on discovering explosives, something like this. China, or Mom Lover. Hey, shout out to your mom. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. What's fact-checking? Yeah, basically. We are way too far from the sun to become a hot house planet. If greenhouse gases become too plentiful, it would cause temperatures to start dropping before that due to not enough sunlight. Interesting. Oh man, progress towards national unity, but minus bureaucracy, and we get some tech. I think we'll eat that, and then we'll see about building one government administration. Oh, it's gonna be uncomfortable. But in theory, our taxes will be way better on this. I don't know if this is correct. We're currently really draining down pretty fast here. We also have to fix a bunch of PMs because the revolution finished. So we'll do that. I guess the railway plus all the railway PMs might be okay, but the second we turn on... oop, we don't want to do that. The second we turn it on, I think it's going to cause problems. Alright. We are earning money at a rate that exceeds, or we're earning investment pool at a rate that exceeds this, so in theory, once we build the government admin, if we just idle the queue, we could probably make this work. Also, we are currently trying to figure out the extent to which Earth's orbital path on the warming of the Earth. Oh, I thought you were going to mention the asteroid. I'm a trained meteorologist, not exactly the same as a climate scientist, of course, but I feel I've got a decent grasp of understanding how the situation works. Were they responding to your comment? No. Okay. Depends on if there's enough atmosphere to cause positive feedback. Yeah, I mean, there's when there's not enough CO2 in the air, that's also a problem, but that's not the problem we're experiencing. Or, well, technically everything is just relative. What? An imperial military detachment will keep everyone in check? Look at extra authority, minus radicals from political movements, create a size 5 barracks. We'll just delete the barracks. Yeah. Thanks, dog. Thanks for the bonuses. Smell you later. So this should be progressing up at a pretty good clip here. And we are making money, but our queue's not getting utilized. Royal Charter discontinued. We lose. No. Oh, because the Rev. No. No, the Rev. No. Was that the Rev? Not powerful or in government. It was a really good bonus. Can we do this? Confirm? Hey! No options available. Suck it. Discontinued my foot. I wonder how this resolves. I think this just goes away, right? Suck it. I don't think I've seen this before in an event, but like the event requires something that's no longer the case. Yeah, discontinue this. There's no global warming, guys. It's just the sun getting bigger. This is the guy whose theory I want to hear. The United Nations Brundtland Commission defined sustainability of meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sounds good to me. The ownership will replace all aristocrats with capitalists. Oh, we are super on board with that. Oh, dude. So in vanilla, it's 100% capitalist ownership. Here, that's not the case. Dude, that's sweet. We definitely have to try and export grain and or coal. But yeah, restructure ownership. And then now it's all capitalists. Hell yeah, brother. Better investment pool contribution. Of course, we're actually on agrarianism, so it's actually probably not, but... I think we'll build an explosives factory here. So we're researching nitro. Maybe railway actually makes more sense. Oh, railway does definitely make more sense. Holy. And we'll put it on the things we need before. Hopefully the hopefully subsidizing the railway doesn't just actually crush us. Our investment pool is huge, so we're gonna put some stuff up for privatization here. And hope that it drains out. We also have the potential to... Yeah, there we go. Oh, that wasn't even ours. Someone else bought a bunch. We wanted us to be owning it, not, yeah, the British. The British bought them all, not like this. How broken is Secret Police right now? I don't think it's super broken. But I haven't tested Secret Police very closely. I'm not worried about the Earth becoming a boiling Venus. I'm worried about a 3% increase and causing a huge, or in Celsius increase, causing a huge sea level rise as extreme droughts and storms. Yeah, when you read about how it, like, operates, it's just, like, always bad, basically, with global warming, because it just makes stuff more polarized as well. You know what we have to do is we have to put our stuff up for sale right as the tooling workshop's about to finish. But now we don't need the money, so... Population's coming up at a decent clip. Do that. Climate change won't kill the planet. No, it'll just make the planet very inhospitable for humans. Yeah. I hate the people who are like, we have to care for our planet, like, in terms of, like, the way they talk about it. Like, I generally agree. Assure the New Zealand representative. So 5 barracks levels in any New Zealand state or barracks building in every New Zealand state. We don't have New Zealand states, so I don't know what that's about. Oh, minimum expected standard of living. Let's go. That'll be good for migrants. I think we're coming up on maybe being able to... Yeah, there we go. We're just going to take a look and try and find the ones with the most... Quinine has 46k population. We're 100% looking at population right now because that's where we're really crimped. Alright. Western Australia's concerns for federation. The Western Australia representative has concerns about joining a federation. In balance with imports, they would lose much revenue from lost tariffs. Oh, that's true. What do we want? A railway connection from Western Australia to Eastern Australia states. 2 urban center buildings in Western Australia. Okay. In the TV show, they have an intro where a guy discusses the possibility of fungi evolving to be able to survive in humans if it were to get slightly warmer. Oh yeah, The Last of Us or whatever. I don't know how much realism there is in that. As in, I have no idea, not as in I have a particular opinion. But, we could colonize other planets. No matter, like, it's just always going to be easier to, like, restore the Earth than it is going to be to, like, Mars doesn't have enough, like, gravitational pull, like, to create an atmosphere. Like, good luck not having the, like, solar winds just, like, push away everything. Like, if you try and put oxygen on the surface. So, like, in terms of, like, creating an atmosphere, you need more gravity, is my understanding, although I'm not that well versed in it. Secret Police 4 is enough to avoid most revolutions. Secret Police 5, definitely enough to avoid all, even stuff like the US Civil War. Yeah, but so is Guaranteed Liberties 4 and 5, right? Not quite as strongly, but Guaranteed Liberties, like, it's not a very strong modifier, but the Loyalist Radicals is not nothing. Any climate change isn't bad per se, but different so fast means we and animals and plants won't have time to comfortably get used to it, yeah. We'll have mass extinction events and stuff like this. Also, like, we've evolved to live in Earth as it is right now. But it's not like, it's not bad in some sort of abstract sense. It's just, bad for us. Anyone can make it in New South Wales. Even an Aboriginal. With the monocle and the top, the bowler hat. Let's go, baby. National unity is growing. Quite a bit a month. Let's have these movements be heard. Raids in New South Wales. Alright, we're not going to spend the money. Okay, we will subsidize, and then as soon as this finishes, we will put a bunch of our buildings up for sale to drain the investment pool out, or when we're 1 week from finishing. That way, when the thing calculates to try and decide what it wants to do, it will... Because I'm pretty sure it's when you complete a building is when it decides. And so we don't want Great Britain to be completing a building and buying all of our stuff. We're gonna say now is not the right time again. I think we're getting close to wanting to do the other option though. So now, when the construction comes through in the next week, hopefully some stuff gets bought. Nothing's getting bought. As construction finishes. Is that because stuff isn't fully employed? Because we don't have enough workers. Man, the mechanics of the game just like kind of break down at some points. Alright, so we're having to subsidize this, and it's not super expensive. We're going to go railways on, like, everything. Just kidding. That should increase the employment and give available employment. So it's not looking like we're still running... Are we still running a shortage? No, we're not. If the... We'll watch this price pretty carefully if it collapses, and then there we go. You see, we got a bunch of investment. Unfortunately, it wasn't our own investment. It was foreign. We want to drain our own investment pool. From what I remember, reading the story of The Last of Us is decently plausible, but not necessarily realistic. It could be. Yeah. If Musk wasn't such a douche, he might be able to slow down global warming. Yeah, I mean, like, Musk actively, in California specifically, like, kind of lobbied / tanked, public transportation, which while, electric vehicles are pretty good for reducing, like, emissions and this type of stuff, it doesn't compare anywhere close to public transport, so... Mars would also require a magnetic field. That's what it is. It's not gravity, it's a magnetic field. I knew there was something that was, like, critical that Mars was, like, not having. Oh boy, dude. I guess we'll build here because there's actually peasants there, but... We'll say public discourse, yeah. Close to 50% progress here. That's how they presented it as well. I really like that show, to be honest. Pick a possible outcome, doesn't have to be the most likely. Dude looks like a stripper. Who, me? You must mean mustache man with the monocle. People don't recognize how specific maybe 5% Celsius range allowed us to be comfortable enough to develop all this civilization stuff and how fragile it is even now. Yeah, everything's, like, interconnected and, like the bees die and then the flowers die and then the, like, the things that eat the flowers die and then etc. Ooh, our pop is stagnating out, not like this. I guess. Once we get pro-army, we're going to try and do cultural exclusion again. Decrease the wages. Our negative balance is not offset by the negative investment pool. Yeah, this is starting to feel rough again. It's starting to feel rough around the same like year period that we like bankrupted in the last attempt. So it's just difficult to have the escape velocity. What is so ungodly expensive though? The construction goods. To be fair, we could delete down one construction sector. We actually don't have enough labor. Oh, but we can't because we're having a rev. We don't have enough labor actually is the thing. And so deleting down the construction sector would free up a bunch of labor, but we like can't get anything good for our construction right now. So yeah, we want to delete the construction. Oh wait, what's this? Dog. I thought we deleted these. We definitely want to get rid of these because it's preventing us from employing up buildings and it's also really expensive. But we can't until we try and pass something that these guys like. These guys prefer cultural exclusion, so I guess we'll try and pass cultural exclusion. God damn, dude. I think we do something like this. And just try and get onto human rights a little bit faster. Like, just completely focus the social portion of the tree here. Yeah, this construction is just actually useless right now. Let's check the prices of this. Okay, we could use a little bit more labor saving. This is probably gonna overshoot it by too much. This might be okay. Do we have multiple of those modifiers going, or is it just the one? Current issues with EVs is the production of batteries, a super dirty industry. Yeah, it's still better than using combustibles, though. Been gone an hour, we're still in 1846. We restarted, my guy. You think we just, like, waited here for an hour for you to come back? Just kidding, we waited here for an hour for you to come back. You're right about the gravity thing, though. Mars would need 2.6 to get a similar pressure. Yeah. You could do it in, like, containment pods, but that would be, like, a vibe. We could get 80,000 gold. I think we'll take the progress here. WHO reports about 480,000 people die from heat every year. Yeah, it also decreases, like, the amount of time you can be productive, like, in a year or whatever. Is this reducing our access to the supply network? It doesn't, right? If it does, we just cancel that trade route. Yeah, we have 100% access to the thing. We're starting to run in the same wall we had, basically, before. It's like a lot of it's from running out of pops. So, we're starting to spiral down. But we need to be able to delete the military again. That seems to be the key thing, but then there's an event that just automatically gives you military. But we're in a little bit of wait mode here. Because we're going to try and pass cultural exclusion, and then the Aboriginal national movement maybe goes away. And if that goes away, we should be fine. I don't think we have the ability to move on to equal rights here yet. But we're going to try and do cultural exclusion here. Is there a way we could squeeze these guys in? There is. Alright. And then the movement goes away. Perfect. So we can get rid of these. Nice. And also lose one construction sector. We need to keep one to keep our investment pool on, but that's probably all we really need here. And now there's available labor, so the things should start employing up with non-government jobs. As long as migration is up, everything will be alright. Well, we're still not getting a lot of migration. A little bit. We can increase the amount that we could get in, though, if we expand the railways. Forgot what I was checking in there. My thought is that the focus should be put on public transportation, since it would alleviate currently projected needs for a full energy transition if people didn't need personal cars. America's a weird... I don't know if you live in America, but there's like some places where public transport isn't like... you can't full transition in the US, but there's a lot of things that you can. Or a lot of places. Produce more grain in exchange for, what is that, 120 worth of output goods? Like, the housing PM is just bad, it looks like. Like, gives more grain, but like, with like enormous inputs required. Yeah, part of the problem is our migration, like, we don't have very much help from unused arable land when it comes to migration relative to a place like USA. We're also insignificant, so getting up a little bit would be useful. Alright, so I do think we built an explosives industry already. No, that's not one we built, because we looked at our infrastructure, we said, nah, dog. Alright. But we will be able to do that. This guy just on defense? No, he's on offense. Really don't want to have to build that second government administration. Alright, right when the private queue is about to finish, I think we are going to... Damn. Oh, they can construct in our country? Our native protectorate has construction rights in our country. That's weird as hell. Huh. Public transit just isn't viable in low-density areas. Yeah, there's a lot of really rural areas in the U.S. Like, if you live in, like, Europe, it's, like, hard to appreciate how rural, like, the U.S. is in some areas. Like, the rural in Europe is, like, 10 square miles rural, not, like, you're 100 miles from civilization rural. Yeah, yuck, dude. Bakla, Von and Co. I mean, we're kind of okay with them just absolutely cranking up our throughput, actually. If something could buy it, we're kind of okay with a British company buying it and us getting the throughput bonus. But we have a investment pool that's really big. So we would prefer... There we go. Hopefully that's draining our investment pool. It doesn't look like it. Man, we really would prefer our investment pool to be picking up some of this. Well... Let's double check the Federation still making progress. 61%. I think we take the progress towards egalitarianism. The perpetrators must hang. Native raids. Mayal Creek Massacre. I wonder how many of these are, like, dynamic. I don't think we can get, Oh, can we actually get positive progress here? We could get positive progress to get rid of repugnancy. Because there's British reformer in government, and we have good British relations. Hell yeah. On Australia capital. The United Australia is in reach, but the question is where the capital state. Contentious debate. Alright. I think we just won it in New South Wales and Sydney. I know you guys talked about wanting it in... Historic in Canberra, where the actual capital is, but New South Wales seems like the better state, so we'd probably do that. Reading up on terraforming Mars, though, it turns out the soil is incredibly toxic to humans and plants. Current humans and plants. You envy dying on a whim just so the colony could get a drop of sugar 3 seconds faster? Wait, what? No magnetic fields means the radiation hits the soil. Ah, so it's a millennia until Mars is proper, viable, Earth-like place to live. If you can find a way to get the atmosphere to stay. Like, you could build a giant bubble? That sounds insane, though. I think we're just gonna choose New South Wales, Sydney. Okay. We get capital development. New South Wales gets state construction efficiency and market and MAPI. That's probably what we want to do. Force ratio, migration attraction, and birth rate. Let's actually do population focus here, and then... Can we do more than one? No. The construction's, like, really not that useful at this point, so... This should go down now. And we gain progress here towards helping out the natives. We also probably have our ability to... No, we recently made a protectorate in Quinine. So it'll be a while. Cars make it 15 minutes. Yeah, in the US, like, some people spend an hour and a half just to get to work. And if you do that, it takes, like, if you do that on public transport, if the public transport's not very good, it can take a really long time. Like, I have to go to LA, and I do not have a car. And it's gonna take me, like, I either have to Uber there and pay, like, quite a bit to get to LA Monday, or I can take the bus and it'll take, like, 5 hours as opposed to, like, 70 minutes or something like this if I Uber there. And so if I took the bus, I would have to... I'd have to wake up at like 4 a.m. or something. I don't even think they start running by the time I'd need to start taking them, so I'd actually just need to arrive the night before. So... How interested are you in economics? Fairly interested. Would it be interesting to you that tariffs may cause short-run dollar appreciation? I'm not sure exactly the mechanism by what they would do that. Intuitively, I would suspect the opposite would happen. I think the dollar is losing purchasing power as the tariffs come in. Except they caused the opposite. Dollar dropped 5 points against the euro last month. Big boy don't drive. Big boy don't drive right now. I can get to like what I need to do like without a ride, and car insurance is expensive. I was saving up for a car, but then I think I'm probably gonna end up giving a lot of that away. I was saving up for a kind of nice car. So if it was more important, I actually have enough savings to buy a car right now, so... I think we'll take the enactment chance for slavery banned. Banning might be a step too far for greater effort for public transport, and banning pure combustion in favor of hybrid and EVs might catch up with 100 years of neglect. Well, it's not a matter of like if things are going to be bad, it's like how bad. This is just a flip-flop. We're both relatively happy. We are coming up in the world here. The native testimony is starting to finally gain progress. We're gaining progress towards the Federation. We're just gonna keep doing the city subsidy. Yeah, we can't force them onto a specific thing, but we can do that with them. Now I think they start paying us money, right? Yeah, they're starting to pay us money, just a little bit, but not a lot. So New South Wales specifically getting the resource discovery chance, I think is worth. We're gonna do this. Otherwise we can't discover the gold. We have some text for it. We should discover it at a fairly good clip. Oh, I didn't see that was going to crush our native testimony. Not like this. We're getting good progress monthly, though. The British repugnance is going down. We should vote young people into power who will live through the century. Yeah, basically. There's a lot of oil out there. I plan on the game, later game, to take over the Dutch East Indies company. Maybe, if we can get that far. We'll see. Just exactly how much flavor this mod has. Hey Mercy, how's it going? We are, just for a frame of reference, because Mercy's on the community team for Vic3, we are currently playing a mod. We are playing this mod, the Australia and New Zealand Flavor Pack, which adds a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular... in terms of like something I always complain about is like the arable land in Australia is like way too low. It definitely does add that, but it adds a ton of journal entries and stuff. We will expand the breeding system and encourage trade. Maybe +2 free trade routes. Yeah. Oh, then we could actually run a little bit more. We could export coal, maybe? No. Iron. Wood. Wood. That'll make some of our stuff more profitable. Really difficult in terms of... Well, so we'll actually get more migration quota or top-end quota if we have more infrastructure. So let's actually do this and then... do some of this. There's enough oil to last till 2100. Yeah, but that's like, I think not really what the people are talking about here. We kind of want to pass wealth voting anyway, so we'll see if we can do that. Oh no, we can't pass wealth voting. Damn, I forgot the event or the thing just hard prevents us from passing wealth voting. So our PB is going to get really mad. On the whole, carbs are at least all of greenhouse gas, or are the least of all of greenhouse gas emissions, and way more effort should be put into hydropower, geothermal, and nuclear to fix the rest of the energy economy. Yeah, the deflection onto like the focusing on like the consumer instead of like the industrial side is not ideal. I don't think. Do these take infrastructure? This is actually something we could do with our construction that's maybe okay, is building one of those power block statues. Because that's going to refund us a lot of authority. I think we're not greener grassing everywhere. So we would like to. We sold some things off, so now we have a huge gold reserve. We could, in theory, in terms of balance, we could add more construction, but we have like 0 laborers. And so we can't afford to add construction here. Tariffs only cause less imports because they make imports more expensive. They also make imports of resources needed for manufacturing more expensive, hurting potential export price. Yep. The tariffs cause more exports, meaning more demand for the dollar. The tariffs cause more exports? I don't... Look, if we tariff someone and then they retaliatory tariff us, that does not increase exports. I struggle to come up with a reason why the dollar has gone down except for uncertainty. Well, you disrupt supply chains. Like, if you have an import tariff, if you were reliant on Canadian steel, because the price of steel's gone up by 25% as part of your, like, supply chain, and you're exporting a good, and now one of your inputs is 25% more, and you need to increase the price, and then you can't be competitive on the international market, you're not going to increase exports. So, like... There's also retaliatory tariffs everywhere. Right? And when people tariff you back, then your economy just becomes an internal economy. And also, the goods, the amount of goods that we can buy with the US dollar, like, decreases, and it costs more money to buy the goods when tariffs are on. Oh, very cool. Been thinking of trying that one out. This one's very interesting. It's definitely a bit of a slow start because we start out with like 200,000 population. If you play it, I would recommend deleting all your military at game start. This is our second run attempt. The first time we did not delete all of our military and we went bankrupt and it was big sad. Audi is 70k USD here. Wonder what the price is in the US. When I meant war relative to imports as improved current account balance, thus in the aggregate dollar strength will go up in theory. When you weaken the dollar, that's like how you increase the exports. And if you make it so the US dollar can't buy other goods, like you weaken the dollar, and then you increase exports, and then you stimulate the economy in that way. Is like the logic behind tariffing to help the economy. Like, the WTO was not a fan of it, but China's, like, intentionally depreciated its currency so that they could industrialize faster, basically, because that would allow them to export more. But is having a weak currency that lets you export more. So, like, you're thinking that, like, tariffs are going to lead to a stronger currency. Like, and then as you export more, your currency, like, strengthens. And so, like, it's a feedback effect where it pulls you in the other direction. Obviously, if you take into account retaliatory tariff situation, will be completely different. But considering in isolation, yeah, I don't think that in isolation, no. I mean, they make it easier to export stuff, but the thing is like, if the American consumer or people who are traditionally using US dollars do not have more purchasing power with their dollars because they have to pay tariffs. But the dollar, like, in the abstract itself, like, independent of purchasing power of people using the dollar, would, like, go up in price as you increase exports, in theory. But you, like, the way you, like, kind of increase the export is by depreciating your currency. We'll just keep doing population focus. Do you get events for more pops, a wave convicts Britain with this mod? There is flavor for the convicts. We haven't gotten an event where we just, like, get sent, like, 50k pops or something. So. Tariffs are obviously bad for relations. Yeah, you know what's real bad for relations and doesn't accomplish the, like, stated goal of tariffs? Saying you're gonna tariff someone and then not doing it repeatedly. Like, that's the, like, extra asinine thing, because you can make, like, some type of argument for tariffs. I think it's wrong, but, like, whatever. But, like, it's really not going to accomplish what you say you want it to. Well, it looks like this guy's got to resign in order to gain more national unity. Oh, no. Not our boy. Steel frame building, obviously. Creates a size 3 construction sector. Well, good thing we don't have a rev. Jesus Christ. Did a video on Japanese agriculture showing that if imports stopped, Japan would starve. Yeah, the US really props up, like, farmers quite a lot, which is, like, part of this is, like, politically expedient, and part of it is like strategically you want to have positive net production of food in the event of a war. But like corn specifically is really uber propped up. We're gonna fail cultural exclusion again, unfortunately. I think we've already failed, so let's do some of this, and then let's try ban slavery. Looking like we're kind of in okay shape on that front. Industrialists get big mad, but it is what it is. We can also go public health insurance with that one, actually. We're gonna try and ban slavery, but if it starts looking really bad, we'll just swap to public health insurance. We would have preferred that even. I didn't realize we had that coming up so quickly. Gold depleted in Tasmania. Unfortunately, ooh, relations have decreased with some of these guys. Oh, no, no, no. Let's get the relations up so that we can keep this thing progressing. Yep. A dispute with our neighbor Western Australia over minor tariff has exhausted diplomatic attempts at resolution. The next step of arbitration by Great Britain, however, is halfway around the world. It could take a whole year. A national government would help this. We'll take the slower growth speed here. I think that by subjugating these other groups, we're a little bit kind of circumventing this stuff. And I think eventually when we accept them, we can integrate them. Let's exempt them from service. Let's exempt them from service. Relative prestige. Oh, they're just gonna go full. Yeah. I mean, if they revolt against us, we can just annex them, I think. So, I think the main goal of Trump tariffs, besides bullying, is to increase the price of goods such as domestic production becomes viable and then offset. Yeah, so the idea is that if international goods are 25% more expensive, then despite not having a comparative advantage in them, it makes more sense for U.S. consumers to buy the U.S. goods. And so this stimulates U.S. production of goods. But nobody is, if he keeps pump faking with the tariffs and not actually implementing it, no one's actually going to even remotely consider just like opening up a steel factory because we're not getting the Canadian steel anymore. So it's not actually incentivizing job creation when you like don't actually do it, when you like just repeatedly like do this weird pump fake thing. Construction's not too useful for us because we don't have enough people. We're starting to come up quite a lot here though. We get construction 1 or construction 2. Let's go. If you increase domestic production through tariffs, overall dollar demand will go up relatively foreign currencies, since this is in combination with less imports. Domestic production will go up, yes. Overall dollar demand will go up relative to foreign currencies, since this in combination with other imports. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think that a big part of why the value of the dollar specifically is high because it's the international reserve currency. I think that tariffing everyone is probably a really good way to make that no longer the international reserve currency. And if it ceases becoming that, then the U.S. has maintained its value in big part due to that. And otherwise, the U.S. dollar would have collapsed a long time ago because we're running a negative trade ratio, but it hasn't. And so I think that when you tariff a bunch of the people and you alienate everyone and people don't want to do business with America and this type of stuff, and people no longer view America as their ally, this might collapse the use of them as the international reserve currency. And if that's the case and no one wants to buy our debt, that's a really big problem for the United States, like a catastrophically big problem. And that would not increase the value of our currency. Domestic goods also become more expensive, yeah. Like it's like talking about it, like the whole point of your currency becoming more like more valuable is that you can purchase like more goods with it, right? If you have tariffs, then it doesn't actually make it so you can purchase more goods. So when you talk about like increasing the value in the dollar in the abstract, the only like reason that that's like relevant is people who want to buy our goods with the dollar that's like foreign abroad dollars, like, yeah. Why is Ukraine moving forward with peace negotiations the moment U.S. withdraws aid, despite U.S. promises to step in? Ukraine has always been kind of amenable to peace. There's not really been a point in time where they've not been okay with a peace deal. I didn't realize we had a dude that was one of these dudes. We don't want to promote him right now, but we don't want him to die. Extra resource discovery chance. Well, the tech alone is like super appealing. We're about to get reform progress here, though. But, the thing is Ukraine needs / wants security guarantees for any sort of long-standing peace. And what they're talking about now is a 30-day ceasefire, which is hardly a long-standing peace. Putin has broken, like, Putin has broken multiple agreements for peace, so, yeah. The mistake is that the dollar is effectively the world currency. Most trades are done in dollars. Most imports are in dollars anyway, and decreasing them, you decrease the dollar demand, yeah. You can't apply regular monetary theory effectively. The currency, yeah. I agree with this as well. I think you guys might have been saying that before. I'm a little behind. Before I, like, talked about it being reserve currency. U.S. will never be a manufacturing giant it was during World War II. No, because the situation, the context is wildly different. Like, the U.S. was the most technologically developed country that was not absolutely wrecked by World War II. And so, like, yeah, it's never going to return to that, like, that peak. And also, it owned an enormous amount of debt from everyone, that just, like, put it in a very unique position. That, I don't even know if that was peak U.S. strength, though. Peak U.S. strength might have been early 90s. Good evening, guys. Hey, Sasko, how's it going? Just joined. What is the plans around unification of Australia? Yep. We're playing on the Australia flavor mod, which you may or may not be familiar with. I assume that mod makers in general are more familiar with what's going on with other mods than I would be. Yeah. Ultimately, the firms need to convert in local currency in order to pay taxes, wages, capital investments, and owners are mostly located in foreign. I mean, if everyone is selling off U.S. currency to convert to local, that will collapse the value of the dollar. We'll take the construction, although I'm not sure how useful it is right now. I think it's kind of not. Shrinking the colony. Port Phillip. Oh, wait. Port Phillip has grown to become a self-respecting the domination of New South Wales politics has aroused the discontent across the state, believing to suffer from inequitable public works and being better served by local representation. Uh-oh. They threaten separation. Okay. A New South Wales, not like this. It looks like it's shrinking either way, right? Okay. A tax relief from the lower strata, hell yeah. We want to give that anyways. Alright, I guess we'll pay money. This is reached 100. So the repugnancy still needs to reach 0 though. And now it's growing. Damn. BRICS states are already conducting their oil businesses in their respective national currencies. Yeah. I get it's counterintuitive, but it's interesting. It's a natural stabilizing effect. Yeah. Or, like, in economics, you just tend to reach equilibriums. Yeah, but why would Putin agree to a ceasefire he's winning? To just, like, reorganize. I mean, Putin stopped pushing in 2014 when he was very clearly winning. Reorganize. Go again. Peak strength was pre-1776. Oh, man. Not like this. U.S. reigns supreme in high-value industries like software and finance, where only $30K a year minimum wage is worth it. That still makes those people top 1% worldwide. Yeah, but not for long though. The level of technological advantage in the aggregate is just flattening. Okay, who do we not have good relations with? The UK? Okay, the UK we also need here. The UK requires a little bit more Diplo, though. Oh, Mara took us over the... If we had 5 more, that's frustrating. We would be able to improve relations with another guy. Huh. Big sad. I guess we'll improve relations with some of these guys. We're not... Even though we're running this huge positive thing, we're not paying for more construction because it's not going to really be all that useful. We really need pops here. We're starting to come up in a good way on the pops, though. Why Australia isn't united? We're doing our best. I like the flavors of this mod. Me too. Me too, me too. The problem with security guarantees is that they aren't worth anything. See the reference for the treaties in Minsk. The Ukraine joining NATO would be substantive. U.S. mining facilities in East Ukraine would be a hard guarantee. It absolutely would not, because there's currently, or was, U.S. like companies operating in Ukraine. This is like a joke. Yeah. That would not be a hard guarantee. Even remotely. The point about exchanging dollars for foreign currencies plays into your point. By importing less, this happens less. But, Brofist, like, a bunch of other countries just own US dollars, and they balance their own currency against reserve dollars. They would sell off those dollars. There's already so much US dollars out there. Like, the selling off portion would flood the market with US dollars. You're saying that, like, by importing, US dollars are going out. They're already out there, they're just not being redeemed. China's very confusing to me because they are so innovative yet repressive at the same time. I wonder what a Chinese with a capitalist democratic system looks like. Well, China is very much capitalist at this point. Although democratic would they have a democracy with one party, which is to say they have like a bureaucratic kind of like decision making thing. They've had peaceful transfers of powers to non-relatives though, since Mao I think it's like 3 or 4, so which is like a significant achievement in terms of like thinking of like democratic values. It's not like although Xi has become more authoritarian than was it Deng Xiaoping before him? I can't remember. The currency appreciation effort might work in a model, but real world's too complicated. Governments do not really print money anymore. They don't actually control money supply. They set interest rates, which control limit profitable. Yeah. USA was not in the Minsk. There were no signed documents where Western country pledged to step in. Yes. This is my understanding. UK signed some part of it, but I don't know how exactly. I think the UK was like on it, but not like agreeing to defend, but like overseeing it. Could UN tripwire act as a good enough security guarantee? Yeah, if the entirety of the UN, the United Nations is just generally kind of feckless and doesn't really do anything. If you mean like the EU, like a defensive agreement among the EU, that would work. Security guarantees do mean something. If the country is an interest in supporting said country, like Britain did with World War I with Belgium or Poland. Do you predict that we're entering World War III, like nuclear war soon? I think it's like single-digit % chance, but like really low. So no. The thing is like Putin like loves to saber rattle about nuclear war in order to get people to not interfere with him doing what he wants, like a thug. But at a certain point, it's like a bridge too far, and so like I think it's a reasonable possibility that France decides they want to put troops on the ground in Ukraine, and then Putin will be faced with the decision of whether or not to nuke, with the understanding that France also has nukes, right? So we were about to check something, but I completely forgot. This is just better. Did we low roll? Please say it ain't so. We'll just keep doing population focus here, because that's what we really need. We don't actually need construction. Which is why we're constructing the thing that takes infinite construction. China's state capitalist? Yeah. That would be a fair way of capturing it. They have SOEs in key sectors, and then they like let everything run as capitalism in sectors they don't care about as much. SOEs being state-owned enterprises. Russia has a veto on the UN, so you would need to get them to agree to that. Yeah, okay. They're definitely not agreeing to that. They also should have never been given a veto, but UN should be dissolved. 2 out of 5 permanent members are generally aggressive towards peace as an option. Maybe. The saber rattling is terrified from both a political and average guy POV. 100%, which is why Putin is able to like act as a thug and no one like tries to stop him. But fundamentally, like I don't think Putin wants the world war either. He just wants to be able to invade a foreign country and steal their land with impunity, without any like recourse or like intervention or like this type of stuff. And then the West does everything it can to like avoid like escalating, and then Putin calls everything a provocation. You like Boris Nemtsov served under as a cabinet member under Putin's predecessor, Boris Yeltsin. Taking a look over here. And he was the opposition leader against Putin. This guy was assassinated outside the Kremlin, and he was assassinated by, in a very obvious way, Vladimir Putin. And then Vladimir Putin, the investigation was ended in just a few hours, and the state of investigators determined, or Vladimir Putin reported that he was not assassinated. He was assassinated by one of Vladimir Putin's enemies, who wanted to make Vladimir Putin look bad, and he called it a provocation. The idea being that by assassinating the opposition leader, he could make it look like it was in fact someone else assassinating him. Like the most ridiculous, I didn't do it ever type of argument. Shout out to Boris. Why is the U.S. so cautious, paranoid with Putin's invasion stunt? What is Ukraine to USA anyways? Well, I mean, it's a post-World War II order where people don't invade other people for their territory. You have, 3 people who have done that in the past since World War II, and it's, Saddam with Kuwait, Milosevic in the Balkans, I forget the country names, and Vladimir Putin with Georgia, Ukraine, and now Ukraine again. And so the notion that he's just gonna stop is, silly. Because he's not. And, we were like, hey, cut it out with Georgia, and hey, cut it out with Ukraine, and then, here we go again. So... how far does morality compass have to be gone for a nuclear war to erupt? And also, who measures this compass? I'm not sure I understand the question. The thing is Putin is trying to say that Putin is trying to make it such that other people feel responsible for the nukes flying, when the only person who would be responsible for the nukes flying is the person sending them up in the air. He's trying to offload that responsibility to the people by calling everything a provocation. Joining a defensive alliance, it's a provocation. Me assassinating, my political enemy, Boris Nemtsov, it's a provocation. You perceive war as an economy differently when you're in the position. It's almost a paradox strategy game for them. As you just oppressed Aboriginals, not like this. I'm sorry. I don't mean it. I like when the game makes me feel bad, though. Russia have big economic demographic problems by each year, so Putin has to act fast if he wants something. I think Putin has, kind of a stranglehold. I don't think that Putin is in danger of losing power, really. Even if, Russia is not doing very well. I think he's just, content to, let it not do very well. I don't know if we have a better sync for this authority. If we can do migration edicts, we do, so we'll check. Oh, and we can do some, but we don't want to do them to... we only want to do them to our territory, not our subjects' territory, I think. Yeah. In 94, Ukraine gave up its nukes and the US guaranteed it wouldn't be invaded. Yeah, I forget the exact language, but I think that, Russia also agreed to not invade Ukraine, and they very obviously violated that agreement. They violated the Minsk agreement. I forget the name of the one where they gave up their nukes, though. Two U.S. mega conglomerates own the land the Russians are currently taking. Also, if the soil wouldn't get spoiled by wars every other decade, Ukraine would act as a breadbasket for Africa. This is also really significant in terms of, grain prices shot up when Ukraine got invaded, and they've never, really fully come down. Global grain prices would probably be lower if, or they would be lower if not for the invasion. I don't know if they would get lower now, because, the place has been decimated, and I don't understand that well enough. The risk is that the U.S. doesn't intervene now, there will be way more people in the future. Yeah, I think that the cost of intervention just increases as Putin gets more and more belligerent. I don't think it goes down. Trump versus Musk and top 10 rich people, like new German PM was BlackRock top manager before and so many others. Talking about money and politics. Will you be keeping this mod in the game? We will keep playing this mod for when we're playing this. I actually really like the, I really like the theme for the Aboriginal red, black, yellow. So, I could just play vanilla on this, even if we're doing other stuff, just for the theme. And just, like, let Australia be different. I don't know. The Budapest Memorandum, thank you. That's the one. Most people aren't nihilist. Wait, what? Oh, I thought we were wanting this to reach 0. Damn it. Not really sure what we do about this now. Well, I think gating off slavery is actually a pretty good shout. So we just have to high roll. We're going to use our one time here. One time for the stream. Everyone knows that when you use your one time, you do in fact get everything passed that you want. I think we could also just call it a federation here. Western Australia and New South Wales. Need to get the relationship up. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah. Time will take care of Putin. We just have to sit out until then. I don't think that the solution is just saying, like, maybe the problem will go away. We'll get more sincere politicians, then we'll discover immortality tech, and those hyper-rich, and all those hyper-rich maniacs will live through the results of their actions. Yeah, getting kind of sci-fi in there. Wouldn't at some point nuclear feel like be tempted to start the war? I mean, it only takes one man slash cult with absolute power to devolve us back to Neanderthals. I kind of agree, which is why I think part of why the international order that is based on not invading other people is so important, because if no one protects that order, like, and Russia is just free to invade Ukraine, then the only guarantee you can have for your own national sovereignty is the acquisition of nukes. And as you proliferate everyone gaining access to nukes in order to ensure their own national sovereignty, you dramatically increase the odds that there's going to be an incident where someone just decides to nuke someone. And that, you know, coups that seize power and decide to nuke someone will be, like, a more significant risk. And so it was much preferable when there was only 2 to 5 powers with nukes, and that is not the case anymore in terms of where people are motivated. Like, it makes sense if you're... The only way to ensure your national sovereignty is, like, is the acquisition of nukes. It just makes sense to get nukes. And so, to some extent, that's also why I don't like the U.S.'s pie-thumbing, like, throughout history. Like, what is it, intervening in, I think it was Chile, it might have been Peru. You know, like, one of the reasons North Korea really wanted nukes is to prevent themselves from getting their pie thumbed. Losing one colony is not a problem. You'll paint the map anyways, and it won't look the casualty streams as after the war as those high level people do. Not shooting you, but the world. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're just gonna lose the colony, so. We kind of like his ideology. We want him to help us pass stuff. Does anyone think Russia actually realigned itself? Wait. I don't know. Your typing is... I don't know what... Revealed itself to be significantly weaker, maybe? Than what was thought before Ukraine, and thus China's more worrisome. China has way more power than Russia. Russia, under Putin, effectively exports chaos in a lot of ways, and is a lot of, like, digital efforts to destabilize Western countries and invading other countries and, like, this type of stuff. They are an exporter of chaos. China is a fan of order, generally speaking. They're authoritarian. They're not democratic, but they don't like when stuff gets really messy. And so, is China more of a threat if they were to be as belligerent as Russia? Absolutely. But Russia is, like, more of a threat because it is belligerent. If that makes sense. No amount of immortality tech can save someone from getting Luigi'd. It can if you can back up your consciousness. Just print a new body, baby. Let's go. As a child, I thought we were moving towards United Earth, like in Star Trek and such. Won't be in my lifetime, apparently. I think it would take an external threat, like, off the Earth to, like, do that. I think tribalism is kind of inherent in human nature and is something to be fought against, but, ooh, let the market take its choice. Resource discovery chance? Hell yeah, brother. Tech on dynamite. Do we want these bonuses or do we want the tech on dynamite? Probably the tech on dynamite. I don't think we've acquired, like, a bunch of techs that we've forgotten to put stuff in. Yeah, that we don't even have that. Let's check our infrastructure. We have a ton. So we can afford to do stuff like this to, like, get our PMs situated correctly so that auto queues know that they can build the thing. But we're also fundamentally, like, working on this building for forever and ever and ever. Altered carbon future? Yeah. That is, like, yeah, basically. Just need the bugs to come to Earth. It would, yeah. I think tribalism is, like, really hard to root out in human nature. It's probably impossible. And so if that's the case, to the extent that you can, you try. But, people are going to otherize other groups. And so a unified national world would require that some external group be otherized, I think. I would just prefer a world order where people otherized each other in terms of sports teams, and, as opposed to armies, but, you know, it do be what it is. Alright, once we get this, we will look at improving relations, or actually, let's look at improving relations right now. With the Australias. It looks like we could just do it with our subjects only, so I guess we will. Aboriginal national movement. We are eventually going to human rights, which would allow us to go multiculturalism. This movement's somewhat relevant. I mean, after slavery banned, we'll go for, Oh, we already passed cultural exclusion, or did we just attempt to pass it? No, we just attempted. We'll attempt again. Create a war-free world by making everyone too weak or someone too strong. Well, I mean, the Cold War had a lot of hot conflicts. I don't know. Nothing anywhere near as bad as, like, World War I or II. Which, like, I would prefer a war... Like, if we have to choose between one or the other... Generally speaking, there's been less violence in the past, like, 50 years than in the 50 years before that. So be it. So that's going to hurt us quite a bit, and I think we're going to need to improve relations with them for getting the Federation, yeah. We're still getting progress, though. We didn't even lose that much economy. Alright, an Aboriginal man is charged with murdering, revenge killing, English law, etc. I think we've seen this event before, but what we need is, we will acknowledge their laws, I think. This is what people voted for before. We'll acknowledge their laws. Even though we already have full reform progress and it's only the lack of lobby. That's why we can't do it. Because we need to get rid of the British's things. Since the collapse of the USSR, Russia lost most of its power and wealth. So yeah, China's far more threatening, but they're also way more secure in their position, therefore less aggressive. Yeah. China also, like, they have their own vision for humanity, but they also, like, generally speaking, the bureaucratic apparatus of the CCCP is less concerned with enriching themselves than the kleptocratic apparatus that is in Russia. And so you might disagree with what their vision of, like, what the good is, but, and they're very authoritarian in their attempts to reach it, but, like, they are less likely to, do stuff that is really bad for humanity, I think. That's the points. After the Cold War, we had the most peaceful 20 years ever in history because USA being the hegemon. For the most part, yeah. We don't want to give up one little bit of arable land. Not like this. Alright, so we do have now our statue in place, which is going to provide us with, it costs 500 employees, but the minus decree cost is going to help us to pass laws a whole lot faster here, which I think we're going to be kind of on. Considering marginal construction is really not that useful for us, I think we're going to come here. I think we're going to decrease taxes to increase SOL, right? Because we're running a positive balance, but the thing is we have, like, no workers, and so raising this and increasing SOL should help out a bit and should help us pass laws. It's nice that we're over 50. It's unfortunate we can't get more legitimate. This is way more legitimate, actually. What are we trying to pass? We're trying to pass slavery ban. Who do we need to pass it? We have a movement for that, so we might be able to pass it without anything. But who supports this specifically? The Intelligentsia Rural Folk Trade Unionists. Intelligentsia Rural Folk Trade Unionists. So, taking a look in here, yeah, there's a world where we take out the Intelligentsia, and then things are much better. Let's keep in the Intelligentsia until we try and ban this, or until we get it done. Because we're pretty close here, and it'll feel much better once we get there. We like the progress on egalitarianism. Hell yeah, baby. We can now go for prop tax eventually. Would you buy that the only reason Russia and China are friends rather than enemies would be because they're both preparing war with others, and thus look past the threat each poses to each other? Well, I think that they both see the U.S. as a obstacle to their strategic interests, and so to the extent that they want to coordinate on that, yeah. What, you had Korea right after World War II leading into Vietnam? Yeah, both of those were considerably, or not anywhere near as bad as the World War II and World War I that preceded them. Not saying it's perfect. It's always the counterexample. In the Middle East imploding and throwing a fit over Israel since 47. Peace was mostly in the First World. In terms of proportion of the world's population that was currently at war or experiencing attacks on population centers, you know, as a result of war, it is way lower now than it was in World War I and II. And the levels of, like, colonialism and this type of stuff were decreased relative to the Victorian era. It's like... yeah. It's all personal relationships and a sprinkle of we're great and the others don't recognize that great people should be a band together against this mediocrity. As they perceive democracy, yeah. Chinese leadership is quite complex, unlike Russia's. I would agree. China, although it's becoming less complex under Xi, Xi is more authoritarian than his predecessor, which was like they have their own like bureaucratic like apparatus for decision making. That's like not really democratic, but it's. Xi consolidated power quite a bit more than. He like went out of his way to get rid of people with whom he disagreed and stuff like this. Worst political enemies. When rooting out corruption, he was a little bit selective. Let's put it like that. In the corruption he rooted out. We are getting closer and closer. We still can get relations with New South Wales up a little bit. Oh, our relation with Great Britain is hurting as well. If we refund this, we won't have enough to improve relations with GB. Oh no! No, it's been trickery. Let's listen to him this time. Okay, we'll listen to him this time. I'm guessing it's trickery. It's more trickery, isn't it? Not like this. We banned the slavery. Big nice. So now we can do this and get the super loyalists from having really high legitimacy, and then go public health insurance. And the industrialists will get angry and leave the government. Hey, they get reform progress, and they actually helped us out. They weren't just tricksing us. Is there something else we could do that the industrialists would like? Could go laissez-faire. Would that make you worry that China's planning on seizing Taiwan? I think China's been planning on seizing Taiwan for a while. I think one of the reasons they don't do it is because they just like disorder and chaos. I think they do it eventually. So, the U.S. is just not going to be stronger than China militarily at some point within the next 100 years. And, We're gonna do this. We want more migration. Or actually, I don't know if we need that much migration attraction. We're gonna do this option. We already have quite a bit. This is overcoming some negative modifiers, and honestly, like, I think that if we're already hitting the throttle, then it's not gonna be helpful. But we actually have peasants. Oh my god. We're gonna add some construction. Yeah, maybe this is a little bit too hard to get through right now, actually. Let's do this, and then... It is kind of the law we would want, but we could maybe go for free trade or something first. And try and pass a few things that they would like. No nationalism in Russia? Wait, what? There's no nationalism in Russia. People living in Vladivostok and St. Petersburg have little in common. It's just a reminiscence of an empire. Oh, I've heard there's a book I read that had an interesting argument that, like, Russia didn't colonize externally, they, like, colonized internally, and how it's just, like, really way more fragmented, like, in terms of culture. And that fragmentation and, like, in some sense is their culture. Something like this. We don't really need, we're pretty good on the enactment chance for this. I think we're gonna be fine here. So we're gonna enable a little bit more construction here. We do have to watch it. I'm not sure we can go with too much more. Our GDP's grown up quite a bit. Yeah, we don't like that guy anyway. So just a little bit closer to getting a unified Australia. USA prepared to abandon Taiwan by investing in local chips manufacturing. There will be no war with China about this if China waits till at least 2030. Yeah, I think that that is probably China's plan, is just to patiently wait. Until it doesn't make sense for the U.S. to defend. And the chips, like, stuff is a big part of why they're defending. Like, to some extent, the Taiwan thing also, to me, looks like an unresolved civil war, because they never had a peace treaty, they've never recognized the sovereignty, and the only reason that Taiwan was not taken over was because the U.S. prevented the People's Republic of China from landing the Republic of China. I mean, after a certain point, though, like, I think they're just, like, separate sovereign state, but no one in the international community recognizes Taiwan as, like, a separate, or not no one, I think there's a few, but no one big recognizes Taiwan. They have a one China policy, they recognize, the People's Republic of China, and, like, it's this weird, limbo in terms of justification. I prefer, like, not having a giant war. Or, like, them militarily annexing Taiwan. And Taiwan doesn't want to be a part of China, but, like, I don't know. To me, it's more like an unresolved civil war than an invasion of a neighboring power. But it's also, like, complicated. I would prefer it just to be a separate country, but, like, just in terms of thinking through the justification. I guess Taiwan is desirable to China, but the cost of taking it outweighs the benefits with Taiwan at the moment. Yeah, exactly. The U.S. would undoubtedly defend it. I don't know. I'm not 100% Trump would want to defend it, but with Ukraine, it was more dubious. Ukraine was seen by Russia as a pushover. It proved to be a huge miscalculation. I think that I think China just generally wants order and prosperity a little bit more, like, in terms of the way they're looking at things. We're not going to protect the squatters. Nah. We'll go population focus again. We'll just keep doing population focus here. We're really close to getting the Federation. What it takes to pass the best Aboriginal acceptance law, where RPing alternate history is the good dragons, right? I think that it takes the Aboriginal movement getting strong, and or you're talking like requirement. I think it's going to require. Oh, we could try and pass it now. Or for guardianship, for this one, equal rights. I'm guessing it requires the human rights, yeah. Which we're moving towards. This is the next one we were going to go for. We're going to plan to go labor movement and then ahead of time human rights. Nationalism and a desire for empire go hand in hand, yeah. But you can have people that are nationalistic rather than having like a unified nationalism in like one country. So I think that there's a very strong nationalist spirit in Russia. I think it might be the case that Russia has a lot of different national spirits in it that are very strong. You're taking the long way view. I was thinking 2027 to 35 would be the period of maximum relative Chinese power, after which China would decline relative to USA due to demographics. I think they're already in that decline, and it's only after like a 15-year trough of having a low demographic or like having an aging demographic that they bounce back and like pass up the USA. So I think it's post that period that they get really strong. I bet $100 if he waits till USA establishes local chips, he'll get the for free as in an event. I think that like okay, let's give them a modest compromise here, which will give them more political power. I think we maybe can add another construction sector again. We have to be a little bit careful. We still have peasants, so I think maybe we can swing it. We do love the literate migrants. Warriors do not read books. Yeah, alright. We'll go with the literate migrants. I think it's more that Russia didn't need to find a new continent to do colonialism and imperialism and then never really decolonized afterwards, just lost bits in the periphery. Yeah, that's kind of like the analysis. Taiwan is the true China. That's a fair enough perspective. I mean, like, they are the linear China, right? Alright, we talked about... We can't swap that up yet. We can't do... So the thing is we will just get brutalized with it. We can't go voting as long as we're a British subject. We just get brutalized by the event. We could maybe go off of National Guard. I think we'll keep it. Laissez-faire is kind of calling us. The problem with laissez-faire is we can't seize the Aboriginal people's lands from them if we do that. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we'll be the good guys here, and we'll go laissez-faire. You know when China will invade Taiwan once the Chinese propaganda bots start appearing more frequently? Yeah, and saying stuff kind of similar to what I'm saying, which is like, it's just an unresolved civil war. No, not like this. Taiwan is important geopolitically as well. It makes a great base to threaten the Chinese coastline. Yeah, that's the entire reason why US supported them initially. Is because strategically it was useful to, like, check China, but, like, that was, like, very pie... I think that the initial supporting of Taiwan was, like, a very pie-thumbing policy by the US, so... I actually don't know that much historically about how that unfolded, though, so maybe I shouldn't talk about it. I don't think the CHIPS Act can replace TSMC within 2035, but it mitigates enough to lessen the mover advantage, which strengthens the U.S. to fight over Taiwan. We can enforce military access. Oh no, a talk of federation has gone on. James Hope has expressed reservations about the enterprise, citing the strong influence of the rural folk in the Southern Australian nationalist revolt. We value unity, you idiot. And now we're at 99%. Hopefully this annexes the revolt, right? A call to federation. Wasn't it just at 100%? Did it go down? Well, my country isn't a nation then. Are you from Taiwan, Ultraweed? Or are you from India? Wait, what? What is a book? I'm not sure. Taiwan, aka ROC, is the OG China. As far as I know, they even claim Mongolia. Yeah, they claim they have greater territorial claims than China, but they don't like actually claim it. A deviation from that would be considered like a declaration of war, because they would be like now declaring independence rather than having an unfinished civil war. Are you concerned the change from a more oligarchic party system to more power in a single man might make China more belligerent before? I absolutely think it increases the odds by a lot. Deng Xiaoping was all about economic prosperity, and Deng Xiaoping would like be like, nah to that war business. Well, I don't know Deng Xiaoping well enough, I think, to really make that, but I think that with the limited knowledge I have, that would be my kind of assessment on that. Is this Fortnite? Yes. Is he drinking Tide? Yeah, so I put some Tide Pods in there, and now I'm just letting it rip. I'm not drinking Tide Pods. Just, if there are any kids watching. Also, if there are any kids watching, you're a psychopathic kid, because listening to us talk about Taiwan is just like, when you're young, just like can't possibly be that interesting. We have a lot of investment pool. We're starting to get the labor's starting to come online here. Okay, it feels like we're taking off a little. Very, very slow start here though. We are now... Why aren't we finishing the journal entry? Do we need to have plus 50 relations? We need to not have active the Australian capital. Okay. So whenever this isn't active? Okay, we will not activate it again. I think we need 5. Oh, we're 1. Oh, but we can't seize levels from them. Ooh. Let's explore the interior. Alright, transporting supplies. The expedition must plan how to transport their supplies before leaving Batmania. You could safely transport equipment up the Murray Ferry. Let's go with the safer way. We need to secure a certain amount of levels of this, I think, to like make our mines go off. So we'll do that. And we will also export lead. Expedition has been successful in that regard. Hell yeah, brother. We'll export it to France. And this is just to make sure that we have a little bit of demand. That, like, the price won't collapse. Although it shouldn't, because the British market's huge. Relations with Victoria aren't 50. Doesn't that cockblock your federation? I don't think it does, but we're going to see. Or we just got it now. We're 100%. But we have the Australian Capital Journal entry, which I don't think we could turn off. Oh, I guess we need to dissolve the committee. So next opportunity we get, we dissolve the committee. And we have 3 months remaining. Okay. Expedition will consume supply. Oh boy. This is different. Progress has been slow and the horses have become overburdened. Some supplies had to be left behind to lighten the load and pick up the pace. As well as easing the burden on the horses by making men walk, but this is likely to displease some members. Let's restrict stuff and make the men walk. We will acquiesce to the demands here. We're losing a little bit of money. Expedition members resign. No, because they had to abandon supplies. Alright. We will assign a new member. What happened in North Germany for them to go to Australia of all places? Oh, that's right. We can make, whatever. 13 members were fired and 8 newly recruited, but the expedition finally reached Menedy, leaving the chaos and infighting behind them. The new leadership of Burke and Wills was ambitiously able to carry forward. Russia's not a monolith. Not every Russian is a nationalist. Yeah. I mean, Putin is very popular in Russia as well. Let's split up and send a small party. Hopefully that doesn't turn out badly. You need 5 Gov admins in the capital? Okay. That's gonna be expensive. Rushing ahead, fell off his horse, became injured. No, not like this. The outer limit of previously explored lands, a depot camp would be useful, but in a recent attempt to build one, it became plagued with rats, forcing the expedition to move. We can form a second depot further downstream or continue north without a depot base. I think we will make a depot base, have a shorter expedition, and then be able to do another expedition. I think we'll scrap the draft and continue on. Summer season approaches, yet so the expedition's goal, the Gulf of Carpentaria. We could wait until the summer out for a few months or rush the Gulf. Let's wait for the summer. Be a little bit more cautious. I really don't know what the correct options are here. We don't really want the Aboriginal separatist movement to pop off, unfortunately. North Germans must accept their lot. I think people overstate the demographic issues in China. I mean, they're sure an issue, but they are an enormous threat to the New Singles make it out to be. Yeah, I mean, I think China's gonna have... Oh, you mean population-wise? I mean, the population looks like what it is. I don't know. Any new info about this game? DLC in the near future? So, the Developers last they gave a public-facing comment did say that in developer diaries would resume in early spring. We're kind of in early spring, so any Thursday now, I think it'd be reasonable to expect more news. But no recent news. Baby boom attributed to massive increase in living standards. Seems strange to me to agree that China, with over 1 billion people, with heavy industry capacity and building a navy, is not an enormous threat. Or seems strange to you. And then you say it again. Yeah. It's getting more belligerent and then say it's not an enormous threat. Well, it's not like... I think the context is comparing it to Putin. Alright. While on our route to a river connecting to the Flinders River Delta, the expedition encounters Aboriginal tribe hunting. Startled, the Aboriginal hunters aim their spear towards the expeditionary group. Let's lower our guns. The tribe understands the signal and lower the spears in response, so thank goodness. I'm glad that no one died today. Instead, they will die tomorrow. Alright, so we can't dissolve the committee. Infrastructure is greater than or equal to 5. Government equal to 4. Workplace occupancy, okay. Doesn't actually need 5 levels, needs 4. So let's do that. Get on that specifically, and then we can maybe dissolve that. I love the pop culture references. The Gulf of Carpentaria, kind of. The expedition ventures into mangrove swamps just before the ocean, however, short of supplies. Burke decides that this is good enough. The destination has been reached. Now it's time for the return journey. What? No eagles to fly us back? Nope, no eagles. Yikes. No eagles for us. So we are waiting on finishing these governments and letting them employ up. Need to be in the capital you chose, not the current one, unless you chose Sydney. I did choose Sydney, so. Tropical monsoons make it difficult for pack animals. We are desperately short on food. We could shoot the animals. Let's risky to get the biscuit. Let's try and find another way. Billy the horse is saved. Thank God Bill the pony is saved. The wet season will provide a bounty of fish. The pack animals will continue to serve us, though travel will be slow during the wet season. Alright. It's like a reverse of risk. That makes more sense. Oh, dire dining. Not like this. With food supplies quickly depleting, the expedition faces a dire decision on whether to consume flowers they've stumbled upon, the python they've managed to capture, or go on without. I think eat the python? I am not super into eating any of the fauna or flora of Australia, but I guess we'll go with the python. They accept their lot of Anisodam. They should make it easier to pass multiculturalism sooner. Yeah, one of the problems is that, like, I think it's still the case, but I'm not 100% sure. If you have a bunch of different movements, and you use one to start passing multiculturalism, the one that you use will stay agitated and they will help you out, but all the other ones will immediately become appeased and stop, like, helping you out. So you need, like, one really big movement. Rather than a bunch of small ones, which makes, like, the meta, like, just taking several Chinese states to, like, flood the zone with Chinese. rather than trying to do something actually multicultural, you just have to make yourself, like, your population like 50% Chinese or something. It's the corruption in culture. Their stuff is knockoff tech stolen in the 90s. Their subs are loud as heck, and their planes aren't stealth. Their departments don't cooperate, and so on. Expedition finally returns to Cooper's Creek, where they had established a depot and left Brahe behind to wait their return for resupplyment. However, the team arrives much later than Brahe was told to wait and discover that Brahe was gone. Though it seems he left behind a message and some supplies hidden beneath the tree as a precaution. I guess at least it's something. Laissez-faire routine dispute. A disagreement arises amongst the expedition on the return home. Willis and John King advocate for retracing their steps to Menady, while Burke insists the cattle outpost in southern Australia would be closer, but treks through desert. I don't know. I don't think I like going through the desert. That sounds bad to me. We're not out of supplies yet, so that seems fine. We will dissolve the committee. And now we will make the federation. We'll do inefficient agriculture. We'll tease you guys. Are you guys ready for the dopamine of founding Australia? Are you ready? Are you guys ready? I think we should all be united under Kane's Brotherhood of Nod. True. I like the supply mechanic, me too. Are you guys ready? After the passage of British Parliament, the enactment of this historic legislation establishes the Commonwealth of Australia. For the first time, we have a nation on a continent and a continent for a nation. Delay the process. Okay, can we reactivate at any time? Are you guys ready? Alright, we're gonna press the button. Oh, I'm just kidding. What? 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 Hey, we don't unite with all these internal ones, though. But we will get all the claims, I assume. We could start colonizing there. Hopefully no one has claims, or we do. Let's start colonizing in a couple other spots. Or maybe just there. The other ones are kind of annoying spots. Let's do New Zealand as well. Hell yeah, brother. Unified Australia doubles our GDP. Continuing the journey, the expedition comes across an Aboriginal tribe, the Yanduru-Wanha, presenting with an opportunity to face a decision to engage in trade, attempt to barter for goods as much needed food, or resort to theft. Let's trade their... Oh, wait, no. I almost said trade bullets for food, and then I realized it was trade bullets for food. Your wife must laugh at you with all that tease. It's about tension, okay? You can't just give it away right away. Just kidding. 2 pumps and then we're done. We got shit to do. Yeah, almost click trade bullets for food. So, let's offer sugar for food. Fantastic. We will gain some supplies. Waiting for that game tick. What changed? Australia, 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 Australia. All these that are Aboriginal subjects do not get integrated because they weren't British subjects. Let's also establish over here and here, I suppose. Just everywhere in the region. And now, ooh, we still can't... South Australian company. 10% state construction efficiency. Alright, well, you know, okay. We're just obviously doing this. The ports, having the ports be a building in here doesn't do anything, but this is like the best wood company we've ever seen, right? Gives 5 flat construction too. We'll try and do mainly ones that are associated with our thing. Will we ever get a glimpse of poor Miss Gaming? No. She is Fictitious. I mean, she's very real. She lives in Canada. She's our Canadian wife. You don't have the whole continent yet? No, dude. There's colonialism to do, to be had. Oh, we have promises. Any state gets 5. Alright, we have super long time to actualize those promises, though. But we do get this. So I think we'll wait. Hey, enraged emu farmer. Isn't that every emu farmer? Burke stumbles across a clutch of emu legs hidden in the bushes, inadvertently cracking them. Suddenly a mob of enraged emus emerges from the shadows. Their beaks wide open with feathers flared, ready to defend their unmatched offspring. Unhatched, not unmatched. Certainly matched. I love the Lord of the Rings references in this mod. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Despite our best efforts, the emus attacked not only with their ferocious speed and strength, but seemingly combat-minded organization. No! They're the elves! The expedition suffers severe injuries as emus leave Willis with broken bones and a broken ego. Not like this. Not like this. Meat was not, in fact, back on the menu. The ports and construction must be private buildings, like selling transportation and construction as a new good. You want them to be private, or you're saying that you think they're private in the mod? The expedition reaches Australian Victoria border. Last milestone. Let's seek some local aid. That sounds good for me, or to me. But you're suggesting the ports are different? I don't think they got rebalanced. No, they just give convoys an urbanization. Unless... Nope, yeah. We might have to delete... Oh my god, we do need to delete some of this military, actually. That is going to be a problem in the long term. From around 100,000 in 69, the population of the Maori people in New Zealand declined significantly due to deadlier warfare-introduced diseases. Uh-oh. Not like this. Glory be. We get colony growth speed. Hey, this is a modifier that's actually freaking useful. It's not some idiot prestige modifier. Bro. Colony growth speed. Hell yeah. Let's go. Do you ever like keeping an agrarian company to change the ownership of the pops? The agrarian companies in vanilla are just capitalists, unless I'm mistaken. Don't get my countrymen involved, you light bulb. Uh-oh, it's too late now. Why did you take over South Africa? We can't declare, as a subject of Great Britain, we can't declare stuff. We have to fight Great Britain at some point if we want to break free or something. But we maybe want to think about that in the future. And improve relations with some of these boyos. Do we still have Australia as a button click? No, we don't. Build Fremantle long jetty. Infrastructure equal to this? Okay, let's do that. Rename Van Diemen's Land. Let's change it to Tasmania. Okay. This might give us our unique monument thing. Well, we've been going a while. Definitely like the flavor here. We are building a bunch of lead mines over what we need for the purposes of being able to put in the company. Emu war incoming. Not like this. Even though I can't play now with more than 15 FPS, I'll get to modding this baby. Yeah, who needs FPS in a strategy game? You don't need frames, you just need tick speed. They must function like rail is a big business now. Back then, preaching to the choir. We made a video about how ports should be privately owned. Definitely in agreement here. Not like this. We have a lobby with the Dutch. Unfortunately, foreign powers can buy these up, and we need 5 not owned by foreign powers. God damn it. They're not going to employ up. We're just going to turn over the queue to the... I think we'll go with that. Oh, we should have read through that event. That had some flavor. Someone wrote that. Yeah. We're still a Dominion, right? Or still a... Oh, we're a Dominion now instead of a colony. We're a Dominion now, everyone. We can actually make use of military. Yeah, Gaza's built a ton of battalions by now, though. Well, we know Kutai at the very least will be very soft. To be fair, we can also just beseech our overlord for assistance. Let's try and improve relations with Russia here. At least before our stuff shifts around. Meats back on the menu implies that orcs have restaurants and that they have menus. I've seen this meme before. I'm well versed. I'm so well versed in the Lord of the Rings memes. Oh man. Like, let's take a look here. I don't want to dox my discussion with someone. This is my latest favorite. I don't know if you guys can read that. I'll read it aloud if you can. One milkshake to bring all the boys to the yard, and in the darkness buy them. Let's go. 0 notes. Is there a mod to make England and France not immediately colonize everything? You can just give a claim to the country you want to colonize. You need ports for the island countries, by the way? Right you are. Right you are. We blame Doodles for that. That one's adjacent, so that shouldn't need a port. Yeah, so now we can engage in activities. And we see that Portugal might side against us, so we'll do like this. Because taking this off Portugal would also let us get into Transvaal, so that works for us. Nope, no support for anyone. North Germany is formed. Beijing invasion coming. North Germany has formed. We love to see it. Mexico's still going on strong for now. It's actually a very large looking Mexico. They might have had someone help them against the US. Any advice for returning players on important 1.8 changes? On important 1.8 changes specifically. Let's see, 1.8. So the abdication meta is gone because you don't get a ton of loyalists anymore. So that's significantly worse. And the bankroll meta is not really a thing anymore. So just playing purely for bankrolls is less of a thing. But, like, there isn't super huge, like, mechanics you really have to understand, I think. There is, like, this acceptance thing. This whole mechanic. And if you take the Forbidden City, it's actually really hard to get it to employ up because the pops aren't accepted enough. And you need accepted pops for government administrations. So going after Beijing is way worse than it used to be. Brunei for minting? Yeah. Brunei has a little bit bigger military than what we'd like to go for. Yes, this is what we want. We want France's help. And then actually we want to delete a couple of our... Yeah, we don't need to maintain this level of bureaucracy, I don't think. Yeah. I assume we still get the event if we try and get off of this. That gives us the massive penalty. I think I found that, generally speaking, I prefer census suffrage. But I think that no matter what, we get the tick that gives us minus 33 enactment chance, so it doesn't really do anything. Alright, Kutai is just the start here. I think we'll go for Brunei as well. I think we'll need a little bit more military, but that shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we actually have so much more population now too, so can really leverage the construction. And this plus 21k is pretty substantive. We aren't recognized though, so we don't want to run a negative balance for an extended period of time, but... Let's make an Indo army. Currently mildly high at 2330. Need a summary. Is the mod good? I'll keep it simple for you. Yeah, it's fun. Really slow ramp up start though. Kind of a lot of waiting. A lot of flavor. It's like a flavory mod, not like a gameplay mod. We're happy with flavor though. Missed one of the island colonies? Never. We did. Or we missed Papua New Guinea. We haven't done one of these native protectors in a while. We'll do the one that just visually looks the biggest, because that's how you get Australia all kind of all cozied up with one another. I wonder if transfer subjects is any good here. By asking for an obligation, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to get peace for them for a while. I think maybe we reload. I didn't think this through too much. I thought we'd be able to sway GB for something else. I don't know what thought we would have been able to get off of them, like war goals. They are leaning our way anyways, so they might just sway, but I don't think they will this late in the play. Just take a reload and catch up with chat. I don't know. The thing is we can't get something that's very useful off of the Dutch East Indies and to use like our single obligation potential. And we already have with France, them supporting our independence, which is like a pretty good spot. Although like if we could use an obligation to help them to beat up like Beijing, that would be way better. But maybe this isn't that type of run. Maybe we're just like trying to stay a little bit more on theme, just in general. Playing Japan sounds like a headache. Japan's got a lot going on. In your studies, have you ever encountered any sock-on philosophy? I have not encountered any sock-on philosophy. Wow, that's an interesting name. Why don't you tell me more about it? I guess we'll deck on Gaza and not be able to land them. We'll just have a native interest in the region. Maybe we actually go for Bahrain next. Bahrain's kind of always good. Is that satisfactory answer to your question, Lele? We'll get the infamy from this. Great Britain might just join us anyways. I think we're going to be wrapping up soon. We've been going close to 5.5 hours. Normally we don't stream this long. I'm actually really enjoying this mod though. It's not like it has been quite a bit of waiting around, but I want to see what happens at the end of this. So maybe we'll call it at the end of this. We'll get the jetty constructed. I wonder what the sway is on them. Yeah. There's no eligible other type of sway. Is our lobby actually decreasing their thing now? It is a little bit. Years since having passed the convict of transportation for debt slavery, squattocracy and industrialists have begrudgingly accepted it as no longer a viable option. Alright, it's time to forgive, boys. I wish there was an option for minerals, but there's not. Oh, we aren't getting the negative event now that we're Australia. Perfect. Doesn't look like anyone sides against us. Maybe Russia. But I think we could sway in the UK against Russia. Oh wait, this was against the Ottomans? Yikes. I can't read. I do think the Ottomans can land us with our current army of 2 people. And we can't sway them in. Alright, alright, alright. I clicked the buttons too fast, chat. I didn't see that they were an Ottoman subject. I don't think I've actually ever seen Bahrain as an Ottoman subject. They're often Russia's subject. We see that quite a lot. We do see that quite a lot. The philosophy, Sakhan philosophy, was founded by S.U. Khan. He believed that the permanence of all things, and thus nothing was ever really gone. Gandhi's, right? You never finished your thought. My man. My man. He's trying to Lamau got him, but we gave him the layup. We told him we had heard of Sakhan instead. So you generally try to stop oppressing local Aboriginal people, so you're just conquering shit in Africa now? There's no game without oppression, not like this. The truth hurts. It do be like that. Or we're at least declaring that we're going to fight Africa. Prestige is kind of nice. Ooh, we get a mass migration. I think that's the first one we've gotten. We will investigate and get progress towards human rights. Okay, if we get free progress towards human rights, maybe we don't want to research it actively. Let's go dynamite. We also are getting progress towards dynamite. You're probably, in theory, the things that it gives you free progress towards, you're probably just not supposed to research. We've also gotten progress towards the steel frame. I don't know what to do. Maybe we just research the stuff that'll decrease the cost here. Yeah. Let's do this, and then human rights will decrease in cost. And then it'll be just, like, a little bit more, so that works. Can suffer decrease autonomy? We don't like that. They don't want to give us tech spread. Hell yeah, brother. Is there anyone else who... Power block embassy with the French Republic. It is free. Request to support independence. Dutch East Indies. That'll give us a little bit more ticking liberty desire. It's still coming down, but we are getting some from 2 support independences here. Which is one of the big values of this for us, to be able to avoid getting wrecked. The problem was the locals didn't get the memo 3 months in advance about their future. Wait, what? Maybe we shouldn't research human rights. Sounds so bad out of context. It's pretty bad in context. Actually, no. In context, it's just like an efficiency thing. Just kidding. Yeah, no, it's kind of okay in the context. Fremantle jetty completed. Where is it, though? Do we have a building? Oh, we have rice farms. Got rice. We're not gonna touch those, but we definitely... Oh, baby, the gold. I mean, we want it on philosophy department, but we want to not have it or have it in the capital. At this juncture, at least. So are we getting... No, there's no unique building for us. What was that all about then? Is it under like government buildings? No. Did we unlock the ability to build a unique building? No. What did that journal entry do? I'm so confused. Maybe we just need to wait a couple ticks? Let's double check the enemy side doesn't include someone. Quinine, Queensland, Australian West, so. Get those in the queue. Well, looks very nice though, very PvE, you can't enjoy the events without pausing. Imagine telling the oppressed people, sorry, we didn't know of human rights a year ago. Basically, that's our strategy here. We're flying on this, though. So, what did that journal even do, though? We just clicked the button, we had a cost for some time, and then... Now we're done? Or the decision, rather. It's a decision, not a journal, but... maybe that's a work in progress thing that's gonna do something, but like they just made the thing and they don't have the thing. Hi chat and streamer, sorry to bother, hello. I was wondering about the completion of the bonus of Farms to Factories journal event. I couldn't find anything on the wiki for one reason. I like the sock. You like the the onward sock philosophy since it keeps your toes warm. It's an important thing. Don't you mean the Sagandis philosophy? Maybe Paradox has a spring sale right now. Maybe you try and get into streaming CK and Stellaris. Both have massive 2025 China expansion. I'm gonna go so hard on the China expansion in CK. Yeah. So it's some almost irrelevant modifier, maybe a bit of loyalists. Oh wait, for the yeah. Okay. Well, we wanted to complete that journal entry, thinking we would get something cool, and then like actual nothing was achieved here. Am I just missing something? It was like build a bridge, and then we built the bridge, and now what? Is it some modifier, a state modifier? I don't see anything remotely that could be considered something like that. I don't know. Oh baby, we're popping off on the pop. Look at that upward. We're getting so much migration because now we're getting mass migrations because we have way more attraction. Actually, just huge pop off. The dopamine hits now. This is how they get you to play longer. They get the delayed dopamine and then a huge dopamine hit. I'm not getting any progress on that right now, but maybe in the future. Alright. That's kind of painful. Uh-oh. Charles Darwin on the origin of species is shaking the world. This doesn't look like a vanilla event. Through a new scientific lens, the decline and state of the Aboriginal people is now increasingly understood as their inevitable extinction and a survival of the... No! Not the guilt! Discourse has shifted from amelioration to Aboriginal guardianship in an effort to enable their survival. Oh no, everyone gains social Darwinism theory. And now strongly opposes equal rights. Or we could say that's not what Darwin meant. We must smooth the pillow of the dying race. Not like this. Or that's not what Darwin meant. Minus pop attraction. And the Australian supremacist movement gets extra attraction and activism. The ethno-nationalist movement. This is just a better one. No, not like this. Make it stop. Oh my god. I mean, either way, they all get the social Darwinism ideology. That's not what Darwin meant. I actually don't know what Darwin meant, to be honest. I just know the evolutionary theory, not like this. So I think we're gonna suppress the nationalist movement either way. We must use the pillow. We must smooth the pillow by putting it over their face. Australia does it a nice way. It's not your guild, only American and Aboriginals are your the fine colonized. Yeah. It's quatocracy. They get momentum for 10 years as well. Yeah. I mean, the momentum for 10 years maybe... Oh, this is not what Darwin meant. Maybe we'll get a rev from them. We gotta have our election. Just pain, man. I don't want to do to these Aborigines. Not like this. Now we unlock human rights, and now we can't, like, now they really hate the idea of going for what we want to do. Actually, wait, no, they don't. Why is it just 13? Oh, they're so happy with us. They're so happy with us. Chat, we might be able to do it. We have to be legitimate. The thing is it might not actually be the 13%. It might be once it gets going. Well, we don't need the Intelligentsia. They actually have an ideology we don't like for passing the law we want, and we are in desperate need of legitimacy. We're passing the law you want. Please stop. But also, please get stronger. And then I think we want to go for dynamite. Actually, let's go chem bleaching into dynamite. Just decrease the cost. The gold must flow. Goldfield grievances to Australia. Extra mining tax income. Yikes on the throughput, though. One man, one vote. We'll complete if we get universal suffrage. Damn it, we were supposed to go for universal suffrage. Alright, let's do that option, I guess. Investigate. Doesn't provoke anyone from pulling them out of government. Never heard of the concept? Pretty based Australians? Yep. Darwin meant apes are distant relevant of humans. He never meant who are the humans. He was basically your average Victorian racist. Yeah, my understanding is he wasn't very social at all. We do still have provinces, or promises. I don't think we get universal suffrage anytime super soon. No, not someone supporting not passing this more. Anglican Church is now the one that is kind of a little bit more of a problem. And if we could generate a little bit more approval with them, that would be useful. Our election is in 4 days, though, so we'll see how that shakes things out. They get a lot of share of the vote. That's not good for us. Do we have any interest groups that straight up support this, though? No. It's all off the back of the movement here. Alright, we'll take this. And we'll do this, maybe? Which really should crank up the SOL a little. Alright, did we roll a bad event? Or do we not have enough chance here? We have 5% from the movement. I would say one time, but I think we're not going to play long enough. But having a fun time with this, we'll probably pick this one back up. Are the radicals minus authority significant? They're kind of significant. it's so the legitimacy, both the loyalists and radicals from this, it's you no longer net radicals from standard of living changes in either direction. So it used to be if you didn't have enough modifiers, increasing and decreasing standard of living would net increase radicalism. And if you had enough modifiers, it would decrease radicalism, increase loyalists. Now it doesn't. It's just net neutral for increasing. So there's not actually a tremendous amount of sources of radicals or loyalists in terms of like generating them. And one of the few ones you have is legitimacy. So asking if it's significant is there's only one really significant modifier that produces a lot, I feel like, and that is being below expected standard of living. Decreases in SOL will, but that's always temporary. Having a standard of living below the expected minimum is kind of how you generate like a lot of radicals now. And having legitimate government is how you like kind of generate loyalists, as well as people passing stuff that movements like. So making movements stronger before passing stuff they like is like does a little bit, but it doesn't feel that huge. But I think we're gonna check and see if anyone is streaming Victory 3 on Twitch, and if so, we will raid them, and then we will head out. Thank you everyone for coming. It's a pretty big stream in terms of things. Let's see. Well, Cohen is streaming Hearts of Iron, so we don't find anyone streaming Vic 3, we'll probably do with that. We have several people streaming not in English, except for Bucket Butt, who says, "Hey, I love cucumbers so much," as their title. I think we will go ahead and send you guys over to Bo Cohen, if you are interested, who is playing multiplayer Hoe 4, and currently his screen's not showing. I guess it's just talking in the dark. Alright then. Alright. And then we will link his Twitch if anyone is interested on the YouTube. He's the guy who makes the like more Diplo-oriented or discussion-oriented Nation Ball videos with a variety of Paradox Gaming. He's currently live recording some raw. Thanks for the stream. Hope you'll have it continue. We will. Definitely on this run. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, etceteras, mostly etceteras, and other than that, bye-bye now. Bye. Bye. See you later.